I've given pejorative nicknames to various members of the city. The latest one, however, the mayor's lawyer, is inaccurate. There's a better nickname, the wannabe sixth member of the council, or just wannabe. Let me give you two examples. The consent item authorizing that he could sign off on settlements. That item was pulled at the last minute. Who prompted this consent item? Yes, the acting city manager added it to the agenda, but who asked the assistant or acting city manager to do this? And I'm serious, I'm asking you to ask the city manager and then ask why. My second is much more serious, the current city manager circumstance. When was the city attorney ever part of a situation like this? During a $250,000 men's investigation, Katie was never there with you. Additionally, did you know he participated with the same insurance entity that provides our city's coverage? This by itself should have kept them out due to a conflict of interest. But more importantly, in a closed door session, it's only the city council, HR, and outside legal counsel. It looks like he's trying to be the sixth member, a wannabe. Don't believe me. Listen to what he's told you during closed sessions. He's supposed to give you answers, not opinions. And Madam Mayor, I am truly, truly sorry because it was not directed towards you. You are a nice person, probably one of the nicest people I ever met. And there are people who take advantage of that niceness. One of them is right there. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, meeting members of City Council staff. My name is Pastor George Wardlaw of Four Faith City Church. I want to express first our appreciation to the city of Brentwood for the work you continually do on behalf of the community. We do recognize that to keep a city going, it's more than just fixing streets and roads, but listening to residents and responding to concerns and creating resources and developing plans that improve the quality of life for individuals and families. We appreciate your time and your effort and commitment to to our city. On Saturday, September the 19th, we are hosting our second community health and wellness fair at Brentwood Community Center. We're expecting approximately 250 to 300 people to attend. This event will focus on complete wellness, on complete well-being of our community, including physical health, mental health, financial wellness, family resources, access to valuable and community service. Tonight, I just want to formally invite the city of Brentwood to participate by sending a representative to speak briefly during the health fair. We would love for someone from the city to share information about Brentwood's plans, programs, resources, particularly those addressing concerns and needs of our community. Thank you again for everything you do. We sincerely hope that we will see one of you on that day.
Good evening, Mayor Meyer, City Council members, and staff. I just wanted to come tonight and thank you for the amazing 4th of July that our city celebrated. I wanted to publicly thank the Downtown Coalition, which was my first opportunity to work with them, especially Kristen, and then also the Chamber, and of course, the veterans. We had an amazing turnout. We appreciated all that we did with your partnership, and I just want to say thank you. I'm proud to live in Brentwood. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers in person. I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. First hand in Zoom is Cynthiana. Cynthiana, go ahead. We can come back. I can take the next speaker, Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Amanda. Just very briefly, I just wanted to celebrate the fact that finally, after a very long time of advocating for this, I'm very pleased to see that once again we allow public speaking and general comments over Zoom. I think this is an important accomplishment for our city. I know that this is because of a state mandate. It is something that I really appreciate that Mayor Meyer has been pushing for. The rest of the city council was not able to see their way to approve it. There are fears about things that might be blurted out in general public comments. But I guess we're going to have to figure out how to deal with that if it's even a problem. I do still think that the most important thing is that as citizens that we support the decision of our Supreme Court, which says that we just have to listen to some things sometimes that we don't like and are extremely offensive, but nonetheless, people have the right to say them. And so I just want to say that I really appreciate the opportunity. I don't speak often at city council meetings because of my position with the city, and I do want to reiterate that I am vice chair currently of the Planning Commission, but I speak on this matter as an individual private citizen and in no way represent the city in this statement. Thank you.
I'll ask if Cynthiana is available to speak. Cynthiana, go ahead. I'm not getting the speaker to unmute. So at this time, I have no additional public comments.
Thank you, Amanda. Moving into presentations, we have item D1. I would like to welcome Carly Shelby and Nicolo DeLuca with Townsend Public Affairs and invite them to the podium.
All right. Thank you very much.
You can raise up the podium too with the button right there to your left on the top.
This is fancy.
Yes.
This is very impressive. Madam Mayor and council members, my name is Nicolo DeLuca. Really appreciate your time this evening. We will be brief because we understand you have a full agenda. So I am a vice president at Townsend Public Affairs, and with me today is also my coworker, Carlin Shelby. She's a deputy director. And we're going to give a little overview of who we are and also talk about the work that we've been doing on behalf of the city of Brentwood. We're recently new members to the team at the city of Brentwood, and we're very grateful. And so we're going to do an introduction on our team and who we are. We'll do a state legislative update. We'll do a state budget update. We'll talk about our federal advocacy work and then looking ahead. So just briefly, I've been with the team for about 20 years now. Ms. Shelby's been with the team for about a decade. And our firm, we're advocates in Sacramento and DC, and we specialize in representing municipalities. We were recently brought on to help the city, and we're really excited about the work we're able to do and some of the successes we've had. So quickly, Christopher Townsend founded the firm back in 1998, and our mission is really clear. We're here to support organizations and really help improve their communities. We've represented over 300 clients, and that includes over 250 local public agencies. So in other words, we specialize in representing municipalities. We, just to brag a little bit, we're in the top 5 based on the California Secretary of State. And then also we are ranked as one of the only top 100 federal lobbying firms. We represent more California public agencies in DC than any other advocacy firm in the nation. We're very proud of that. Both Ms. Shelby and I work in Sacramento. Next slide, please. So we have a tailor-made approach to how we handle advocacy work. I'm going to go over these points quickly, then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Shelby to do the rest of the presentation. First, what we like to do is conduct a detailed orientation, and very grateful to be working with a lot of the agency directors, of course, the city manager's executive team, to really put together and develop a customized legislative funding and legislative strategy that benefits and fits specifically the city of Brentwood. So it's not cookie cutter, it's exactly what you all care about. Then the third point is implementing the legislative strategy. And then, of course, ongoing advocacy and administration. So now Ms. Shelby is going to get into some of our recent successes, and then afterwards, we're happy to answer any questions you all may have. And again, really appreciate the confidence that the city has in us, and I'm very grateful to be part of this team. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Carlin Shelby. I'm a deputy director here at the firm. I've been here for over 5 years. Previous to that, I've worked at Cal Cities. And it's great to be with you all this evening. And I apologize for my tardiness. I thought that we had a few more speakers left and I ran to the restroom. So apologies for that. One of the preliminary funding successes that I really want to highlight that we really got off the bat with the city is the Brentwood Agricultural Technology Innovation Center project. I think we were in contract with you all for about a couple of days, maybe it was even 48 hours at that point. But we worked with Congressman DeSaulnier, who has been an incredible partner with the city, to sponsor a federal earmark, which has been included in the appropriations process for $500,000. This has been vetted by the Appropriations Committee and will be stabilized in its funding levels through the process until we hope it is finally adopted at the end of this year. Typically, due to the election cycle, we'll see a lot of these earmarks and the appropriations packages become finalized by the end of the year post-election, maybe even into early next year. But we are very hopeful that this will become law and you guys will get this money as soon as possible. We could go to the next slide. So just taking a step back and looking at the state legislative calendar. So we are currently in summer recess right now. It's a month-long summer recess. The legislature will reconvene from that on August 3rd, so next Monday. The fiscal committee is August 14th. That means that every single bill that is passed through the process now has already gone through the policy committee process. Now we just have to wait for the state to assess its fiscal impact on the state. And then the final day for the legislative session, it's August 31st. After that, the governor will have 30 days to sign or veto all legislation that moves forward to his desk. And then that will conclude the 2-year legislative cycle until the next 2-year legislative cycle kicks off again next year. And we can go to the next slide. So in an effort to not exhaust you with so many bills, given that we're just kind of getting started with you all and really looking forward to honing our strategy for next year, I want to hit on a number of key themes from this legislative session. This includes e-bike safety reform. We know that e-bikes have become very popular. They're not necessarily regulated to the extent that some of our mopeds and other quasi-motorized devices are. We have pension reform. We've seen a bill, I'm sure you all are familiar through your Cal Cities channels, AB 1383, which would reform some of those PEPR rates, which we've been very engaged in. We have data center resource usage. That really has to deal with the water, the resources, the noise, the community impacts, and ensuring that they're paying their fair share when it comes to supporting some of our lower income residents, when it comes to supporting some of those programs like the Care and FARA programs that support their bill cycles. We have illegal dumping mitigation, a lot of focus here this year. And then, of course, as you all know, housing streamlining is not new in this legislative cycle. This year, we've seen a number of bills really dedicated toward ADU and townhome streamlining. And then we have homelessness prevention. And then on the state budget level, we have a balanced state budget. We have an AI boom with a lot of money and revenues coming our way, but a rocky future ahead in terms of some ongoing structural deficits. So it's looking like we'll try to remain balanced, but there may not be amazing surpluses coming our way for the next couple of years at least if things stay the same. We can move to the next slide. So quickly looking ahead, and I'm happy to answer any questions about any of these items, but the November 2026 ballot was just finalized. There are 14 total initiatives that voters will consider on that ballot, ranging from tax reform to a $11.25 billion housing bond, a number of other items. We also have the governor's race and a new administration coming in. Governor Newsom is terming out. Who's to say who will win the race, but I think a lot of us can guess. We have tort reform, which is an issue that has really been pushed by a number of local agency initiatives and could become a bill. This is something that we're watching really closely and happy to answer any questions on this. And then we have opportunity zones, and this is really the way in which the governor and the federal government designate which census tracts can capture some of those tax credits. And so they're starting to nominate new census tracts for that purpose, and that will be done at the end of this month, I believe. And then, of course, at the federal level, we have midterm elections, seeing which house or which party will reign as the majority and how that will change some of our state and local funding streams as a result. Looking ahead quickly, just want to note that we're very grateful for your staff for meeting with us and really kind of kicking off this onboarding process. It's been really positive. We plan to have regular check-in meetings with city staff. We plan to develop a legislative and funding advocacy strategy for the next 2 years. We plan to send you all consistent reports and updates on your priority issues. If you so wish to move forward with something like this, we would love the opportunity to work with you all on the establishment of a legislative platform, even a legislative subcommittee, if that's something you all are interested in. Sacramento and DC advocacy trip planning is always something that we're looking forward to and would love to have you all in Sacramento or in DC. And then really relationship development with our delegation and with leadership to ensure that Brentwood's priorities are front of mind for everyone. And with that concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions for the presenters?
No questions, just thank you for coming out and thank you for your partnership.
Thank you from me as well.
All right, we are going to say thank you, and we appreciate your drive down here during the traffic and the overview that you gave. Look forward to working with you. Thank you. Moving into item D2, which is a Contra Costa County Fire presentation. I would like to welcome Chief McAllister from the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District and invite him to the podium.
And through
Thank
the
you,
mayor,
Mayor and Council. Good evening.
Really quickly, we do have 3 public comments for this presentation. Would you like to hear them before or after the presentation?
For the Fire Protection District one?
Yes, ma'am.
I think after, because then we can invite others to ask questions if they have them while they're here. Thank you.
Sorry, the system's slow. I have a different slide than what's up there right now.
Okay.
Let me restart. Give me one moment.
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for your patience. Fire season is upon us, and just wanted to have an opportunity to speak with you in the community about wildland fire season. We're definitely in the throes of it. What we're seeing statewide, we're also seeing locally. A couple local incidents I'll talk about at the end, but as we dive into that, I want to talk a little bit about our capabilities, both in terms of fire prevention and response as well. Up in front of you is a map of the local fire hazard severity zones as designated by the State Fire Marshal's Office. As you can see, those zones include some areas within the city limits that are some in the very high and then some in the high and some moderate as well based on the colors. And as you would expect, those are around the outskirts of the city where the wildland environment meets the classic urban interface where the wildland meets the city limits. The Measure X wildland funded related programs are in a couple of different buckets. First of all, fuel mitigation. There's a couple $1 million that's available to us. We are the stewards of those dollars that are included countywide, not just within the Confire jurisdiction. But we use those dollars to fund fuel mitigation work, removal of dead trees, shaded fuel break projects. And as you can see towards the bottom, in 2025, we did a project surrounding some homes that are in the Marsh Creek area, on the Marsh Creek State Park, to provide a break behind some structures, really actually helping out the state of California that was not in a position to conduct that work that year. Confire, using Measure X dollars, stepped in and did that project. Next slide. Crew 12, which is based at the Byron Wildland Fire Center, operates out of there as their headquarters. That's a wildland fire center, not just for the crew, but as well as some of our other programs, including our helicopter program you'll see in a moment, is based out of Byron. But Crew 12 operates year-round. In the wintertime, they do mostly fuel work. In the summertime, their primary mission is fire suppression, mop-up of fires. What we're finding is that that crew can come in and do the mop-up, and we're getting our engine companies back in service faster to get them back in the community and able to respond to that next emergency, while the hand crew handles really the cleanup of that wildland fire. We do make the crew available during the summer, since we do have the capability of having 2 crews 7 days a week. We can send them out of county on mutual aid deployments. They gain that experience. They bring that home. They just in the last 2 weeks spent 2 weeks up north in Lassen County, and we had some first-year crew members. They're able to bring that experience home and put that to work in our county. Next slide. The bread and butter really of our wildland operations is our engines, and this is a Type 3 engine and the Type 5 engines. Type 3, a little bit bigger chassis, has a larger pump capacity, has a larger water tank, and smaller on those smaller Type 5 units that are a little more maneuverable. They can get in some of the tighter spaces. When Station 94 opens downtown Brentwood, the larger Type 3 wildland engine will be located there. 1 crew, 2 units to have that capability to respond to wildland fires. Next slide. Our heavy equipment program, Confire owns now 2 dozers and a grader that we use in our fire trail program. Every spring we go out and hit the fire trails throughout the county and make sure that they're in good condition for us to use during the summer months. The bulldozer helps build line around wildland fires to mitigate those fires, both to stop the fire and then keep the fire within its footprint where it's at. During the summer months, we staff that bulldozer 24 hours a day with a dedicated operator. And then we have the ability to surge in our second bulldozer, as we did on 4th of July, to make both units available for times of peak activity, which is red flag, and anticipated conditions such as 4th of July. Our helicopter program is relatively new. It's a seasonal program. We actually contract with a third-party company. Confire spends about $2.7 million on that contract this year. That is not Measure X funded. That's funded general fund by Confire. And then in addition to that, we staff a fire officer in the other front seat of the helicopter. So pilot and a fire officers talking to us on the ground, pilots dealing with the other firefighting aviation resources, as well as dealing with air traffic control. This has proven to be a phenomenal asset for us. In terms of the wildland fire environment, we are really kind of where the Olympic rings meet for aviation resources from the state. So some come from the north and some come from the south. And what we're finding is that our copter's getting in about 10 drops on a wildland fire before the other aviation resources arrive. It's not a dig. CAL FIRE is an excellent partner, and I'm going to talk about them in a moment. That's just the nature of where those resources are based. I also, if we can go back one sec, Amanda, sorry, want to draw attention to the helipod. So those were Measure X funded. We placed 5 of them in different areas around the county. 1 is at the Byron Wildland Fire Center. 1 is at the Marsh Creek Detention Center. We have a mobile unit that we can take out and set up during an extended attack incident. Those help shorten the turnaround time for the helicopter and the water source. So if we can shorten that turnaround time, we get more water on the fire faster. Next slide. So bringing this back around to some local incidents, we had the Deer Fire in June of 2026, just last month. That affected the Presidio Drive area, the St. Regis Avenue area. We sent out some aviation resources after the fact and did some drone footage after the fact. And I know there's been some discussion from the community and the neighborhood about fuel breaks, responsibility for fuel breaks. There's a little triangle there in between the homes, and that's a city-owned parcel. And I do want to give the city of Brentwood a lot of credit for maintaining that parcel, keeping the fuel low on that parcel. As you can see, it definitely reduced the impact of that fire on that neighborhood. And so the cities do a lot of credit as a property owner for maintaining that the way it has. The debate, if you will, has been about how well that other parcel that is not in the city limits, outside the city, has been maintained. That has traditionally fallen under the CAL FIRE jurisdiction. It's a state responsibility land, and they maintain primary responsibility for both fire suppression and prevention. However, on the suppression side of the house, we clearly have a lot more assets here than CAL FIRE does. They come from some distance. But we have typically not engaged in a lot of fire prevention activity in the state responsibility area because that's their primary mission. However, I clearly hear the community and see the need to engage at a higher level on prevention matters, how it impacts the city, and not just leave that to CAL FIRE, but really work on that together. Next slide. More recently, just 2 weeks ago, we experienced the Morgan fire in Morgan Territory in the Marsh Creek corridor. And what's really interesting about this incident is it's rare that we have a case study like this where we have a fire in the exact same place, the same location, the same mountain, the same fuel conditions, where we can compare what happened in 2013 to what happened 2 weeks ago. In 2013, that same fire burned 6,000 acres, burned the better part of a week. And we were able to keep that fire to 50 acres. Now, I don't want to be overconfident. Bad things can happen on any day of the week. But I think a lot of credit is due for what has changed since then. So previously, that was the East Contra Costa Fire District that was resource deficient. The on-duty collective strength of ConFire is greater. I think ConFire had stations closed in 2013. So our on-duty strength was not nearly what it is today. The Byron Wildland Fire Center is relatively close. The helicopter was relatively close and is able to get a lot of drops in before those other aviation resources arrived. In 2013, ConFire didn't staff a dozer on a daily basis. The hand crew certainly didn't exist, and our helicopter certainly didn't exist. On the CAL FIRE side of the house, they didn't have the C-130s in 2013. Their helicopter fleet has transitioned from the Hueys to the Firehawks, which now hold 1,000 gallons. And they didn't have the on-call aircraft. There's a very large CH-47 with the 2 rotors on it that is based in Napa. That aircraft was at this fire. So all in all, between ConFire and CAL FIRE, we were able to throw a lot more resources at this incident than we were in 2013, much earlier in the game. Lastly, I just want to draw your attention to some of those photos that are on the slide. It's an example of some of the technology and the intelligence that's available to us in the field early on. Callaway US runs a fixed-wing aircraft based out of Sacramento. The top right is a heat image out of that aircraft. The bottom one is a mapping image where we can get real-time intelligence on what that fire is doing, where it's going, where it's headed. Next slide. And that's my presentation. Happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Before we move to public comments, do we have council comments?
Well, I have questions, but should we wait till?
Go ahead with the questions, yeah.
Yeah, so we got a couple of emails, and I live up in that area near the fire that happened in June. And I think one of the biggest concerns is that fire break. The owners of that property used to do a really good job, is my understanding, of making sure that the grasses were all cut really low. And from what you're saying, it's not under your jurisdiction, it's CAL FIRE. And you mentioned about working together. How do we, the city, you and CAL FIRE work to make sure that those fire breaks are happening in a timely manner? Because it doesn't seem like that property owner is actually doing it. Like, is there any consequences to them? Or is there anything else we can do? How can we all work together to get that done every year?
Yeah, we can all work together, work with the Santa Clara unit. with their prevention staff and make sure that that gets put in place.
Okay, so is that something like if we see that they're not being cut down and we're hearing from residents, do we call you and say, hey, like, I guess I just don't know operationally what the process is, because what I'm hearing is they keep calling and nothing is happening.
Yeah, the CAL FIRE Santa Clara unit is based in Morgan Hill. That's their headquarters, and they do have the primary mission of the fire prevention on that land. However, I do agree that CONFIRE should engage at a higher level and work with the Santa Clara unit to make sure that that gets accomplished.
Okay. Another question we had is, why isn't there a way for the public to easily get the results of a fire investigation? Is there a centralized place that after there's a fire, because there's a lot of gossip that happens as to what actually happened. So
Sure.
how can they find out exactly what was the cause of the fire, what was done? Was there any consequences to those who caused the fire? That whole process.
So I want to be very careful here. So that is a CAL FIRE-led investigation, and I'm not authorized to speak on it.
Okay.
Generally speaking, sometimes those, again, generally speaking, those have the potential to be criminal, and that's not a publicly disclosed matter.
Okay. I think that, evacuation text, who's ultimately in charge of sending out an evacuation text? Is that CAL FIRE or is that us or you or?
The community warning system that lives within the Office of Emergency Services, that lives within the Office of the Sheriff,
Okay.
is the agency responsible for sending community warning messages. However, ultimately evacuation warnings and orders are under the authority of law enforcement, but we make that decision together in a unified fashion. So fire may be the subject matter expert, where this fire's headed, where it's going, where we think it's going to be, but that's ultimately a law enforcement decision. The California Department of Forestry, CAL FIRE, also has similar authority specific to CAL FIRE that actually CONFIRE does not. So CAL FIRE has the ability to call for that evacuation, whereas CONFIRE is going to do that in collaboration with law enforcement.
Okay. And I think that's it for right now. I think we have some residents that might have a couple more questions. When we're done.
And I have a couple as well. First of all, can you spend a few minutes talking about the community, the CWS, just so we can make sure everyone here is signed up for it, for the alert system?
Yeah, on the CWS website, you can sign up for that, but there are other tools available to the community warning system. So that's kind of an opt-in system to get some messages, but in the event there's an immediate hazard to a life safety situation, we're going to use some other tools, and that's the federal tools, kind of the reverse cell phone pinging off of any cell phones that are connected to certain cell phone sites within that area, whether you're opt-in or not, because there's certainly members of the community that are traveling through or visitors that haven't opted into a local system. So there's a few tiers of the community warning system that we have available to us.
Thank you. And my next question is because I live in that same general area as well. We had a very similar situation, I think it was last year. Mm-hmm. And I remember the foam, the pink foam was like right at the back fence of someone's residence. Yeah. And so we've seen this as a trend. And I hear what you're saying about working collaboratively with CAL FIRE. I would like to know a timeline of when residents could expect that there might be a fire break, if we're able to get that done prior to when the fire season gets to be at its worst. And also more information about who someone should contact if they're seeing, if they're experiencing fear in this area, if they're seeing like the weeds are building up or it's looking like there's more fuel, as you called it.
I'm sorry to be repetitive, but CAL FIRE is the primary agency with responsibility for that, but we will get with them and do a better job next year in the preseason.
So I'll come just a moment. When we do find out about this collaboration, when you are able to make some motion here, can you alert our staff so that we can put something out
Certainly.
to the residents?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember?
Thank you for your presentation. I did have a question just going back to the LA fires that happened a few years ago. Do you need any type of collaboration with our city to kind of go over the water shutoff systems and things like that, so that way we don't have a catastrophe, God forbid, if something like that is to happen?
Not necessarily. We do have a collaboration with all of our water purveyors. As you can imagine, in the CONFIRE jurisdiction, we have over half a dozen, maybe it's more, different water purveyors, and we communicate with them all regularly. We recently underwent an ISO evaluation and had to work with our water purveyors, and I'll say some are better than others, and Brentwood did a great job providing that information that was needed. One of the biggest things we're seeing locally in terms of fallout from the Los Angeles fires in January, where there was such destruction, is there's an evaluation happening at the county level of the community warning system, and the Office of Emergency Services. And I think they're trying to study and evaluate what's the right size of that agency, how many people should it staff. That's what we're seeing in Los Angeles. They were very understaffed. They weren't necessarily a 24-hour operation. And that's some of the things that are being looked at here in Contra Costa County.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move into the public comments? Your mic's on. Okay, thank you.
At this time, members of the public are permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We did receive 2 written public comments prior to tonight's meeting. First speaker I have is Tracy.
Hi, I don't want to be disrespectful.
Tracy, I'm sorry, can you speak into the mic so everyone can hear you?
I love firemen. My son was a fireman, EMT, and so I'm not here to disparage firemen. And this is off topic, but it still bothers me. And I talked to you, I think, a bit ago. I think it was Fire Station 90, and I had talked to you. And I remember at a Contra Costa County meeting where you had indicated that Brentwood has been difficult. I think you remember that, and it bugs me because I'd asked him, what is Brentwood doing for him to say that to the county? And he referred to some issues, box checking, how Brentwood was being difficult in the sense of staff and what have you. So I'm a little concerned about that interpretation about this city, because I believe this city is doing a good job. And for you to tell the county that we're being difficult for some reason that they're administratively following the rules, I have a problem with that. But I love firemen. My son was one. It's dangerous. I think your presentation was great, but I have a problem with that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Praveen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, members of the City Council. And I would love to say thank you to the fire department for doing a tremendous job with the fire the other day. I live there, and it was very concerning. Although all my points have already been spoken by everybody, but I still wanted to raise this concern that I would like the investigation to get complete, and we would like to know why that happened, because it seems like I'm not sure. I don't want to guess. But it seems that there would have been some kind of four-wheeling behind. Somebody was allowed to enter that area. Maybe it was a catalytic converter that because of which the fire happened. So we don't really know. So there are lots of questions to which we would like to know the answers to. My daughter was alone in the home. I was not around, so I was pretty scared for her. We all had to evacuate and all that. So it was very scary and just needs the answers. That's all. Thank you.
Next speaker I have is Dipendra.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much to the firefighters and the first responders, and obviously all our city staff. I love the job you guys are doing, and thank you very much for that. So I just want to add one more question is, how are you going to evacuate the Adam Middle School and Heritage High School if the hill on that side is on fire, like especially if there is a high wind, high smoke scenario? So there are thousands of kids. So I want to know how they are going to get evacuated.
I have no additional speaker cards in person. I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Cinziana, would you like to speak on the fire station or the fire department presentation? You may go ahead now.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I cannot see my timer for some reason. Somebody needs to go to the Zoom school again. All I want to say is that it is a little disturbing to see that we allow a person who considers our city to be difficult to deal with to speak more than what a resident and a taxpayer is allowed to speak on issues concerning the city. I'm gonna go straight and please don't stop me. It's over 150 days since our District 2 a representative, and thank you for showing up finally, promised that a report for Lone Oak Road traffic will be presented to the residents.
Cinziana, I realize that you did not get to speak during public comments, so I'm going to allow for the last minute to be this because you tried several times to speak and the mic didn't work. So I'm going to allow it. Your timing was paused and you have 53 seconds.
So am I unmuted now or?
You are, we can hear you.
I can't see my screen.
We can hear you and you have 53 seconds.
Oh, okay, thank you. I apologize if I'm a little upset and emotional, but the point is, my street, we're trying to have a national night out on my street. We have several new neighbors. We cannot organize it here because of the traffic that's going on our street. Our kids cannot be safe gathering with their parents for national night out, riding their bikes and doing the usual thing that our neighborhood does. So our district representative and city staff who promised that we will have a report in 90 days, they should be ashamed. And on top of that, I hope you captured the fact that we allow a person who thinks that our city is difficult to deal with to speak more than a taxpayer in the city.
I do have one additional card in person. Oksana?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I don't know because I came in at the tail end of the downtown fire station conversation and I got to see that. So maybe the difficulty came with that controversy. But as a constituent, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who works hard to get fire stations into our city as quick as possible. I know locations are very controversial and there's a lot of heated debate around where to put them. I came from Southern California and so fires were a real thing for me and my family. And so when I heard that we're trying to get more fire stations in as quick as possible, I wanted to thank every city council member who works on getting those in and working past the controversy and trying to get them in quicker. That has always been my priority. I vote for safety and infrastructure. And so when we have council members that are coming alongside to get these resources and seasons like this tell me even more so how quickly we need to get fire stations in. So just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much for everything that you guys do. Thank you for the council members who get them in quickly, who vote for these things. And we will continue to keep an eye on the ones that come for safety and infrastructure. So just wanted to say, maybe that was the difficult thing that you guys faced, but that comes with locations, but I vote for timeliness. Thank you.
We have no additional speakers.
Thank you, Chief. If you would like to answer the questions of the residents that were impacted by the latest fire, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Happy to address the evacuation question. Evacuation routes is always a tricky conversation because a lot of times it depends on the nature of the emergency. And we've had a couple of hazardous materials responses here in Brentwood lately. And so you have to kind of think all risks. So where's that hazmat cloud going? Which direction is the wind going? Wildland fires are very, very similar. So one day the preferred evacuation route might be X, the next day it's Y. Where it's very clear there's only one evacuation route, that's clear, and we're going to work to help maintain those evacuation routes. That's less of a problem in a developed city such as Brentwood. There are circumstances where time may not allow an evacuation. That's particularly true in circumstances where there's a high school or a hospital or a care facility where there's just not time. So we may choose to put resources in there directly to provide structural protection, protect those resources and protect those people, and shelter in place if we're just waiting for a fire front to pass. That might be the best option. So we do consider all of those options when we're making those decisions in the field.
Any further questions from council?
I just have one. I attended the presentation at Trilogy when they came up with the fire maps, and I thought it was very informative just about how to protect your home and insurance and how all of these things work and what you can do and the checklist of things. Is that something like if we did a special, I mean, town hall is kind of a sensitive word around here, but if we did a town hall, because I think a lot of residents would kind of like to learn more about how to protect their home, is that something you'd be willing to do? Because I know Trilogy really, really appreciated it, but I think there's, Deer Ridge and Shadow Lakes and Brentwood Hills, I think they would really appreciate something like that. So maybe it's something you can think about.
Yeah, we're certainly willing to do that.
Okay.
We have some amazing staff. Fire Marshal Chris Bachman, very, very involved in this conversation. And then all of the work that we have done to do these fuel projects around the county, Brentwood included, has been put into a portal. I'm forgetting the technical name, but it exists at the state fire marshal's office. That makes that information available publicly. So not just the community can use it, not just firefighters, but hopefully the insurance industry, where they can actually recognize where real work has been done to protect communities and hopefully take that into account. We're trying to do our part.
Yeah, because I think like the Brentwood, that area lives in that orange-yellow area. And I think it's a little different for people who live in orange, yellow, and red. So just understanding what those differences are also just on paper might be good also.
Yeah, happy to put together a town hall, bring in our technical experts and deliver that information to the community.
Great, thank you.
And we have one more comment from Councilmember Maloney.
I just wanted to express my gratitude to all your teams that have actually fought the fires in our city and in the region. If you could please express our gratitude to them, that would be amazing.
Thank you. Hundreds of men and women at Confire, and they appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Moving into the consent calendar.
I would like to pull E5 just to understand the financials a little bit more on the SROs.
Okay. Anything else? Do we have a motion to approve the consent signer minus E5?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Would you like to take that one?
Sorry. I had called Terrence about this item, Carrie, so I don't know if you're ready or not, but I just want to understand the total expense because it says one SRO, but then we do half of it. So what is the total expense and what budgets are like, where is it coming from exactly?
Good evening, and thank you for the question. So the city, this goes way back, so a little bit of history on this. The city started funding 1/2 of the salary cost of the SROs for Liberty and Heritage back in 2006. And it's been under the same financial arrangement since that time. So currently, one site has 2 SROs, the other has 1. So they're picking up at the one, they're picking up for 1 out of the 2. So the city essentially is paying the other one. And so what we're receiving back is, I believe around, let's call it about 140,000. It may say an exact number in there, but it should be somewhere 125 to 140 is what we're receiving back from the one. It would be half at the other one because they're paying half of the one.
Okay.
So the city then is responsible to pick up the benefits costs and then all the overhead costs. So that would be, the cost of maintaining the patrol car or, the uniform, all those sorts of operational costs the city's picking up as well. So that's the, where it's come from, where it's going now. The budget for this is just funded straight out of the salaries out of the police department. So they're allocated a certain number of officers by the city council, and then the deployment of those officers is done by the police chief, and part of that deployment is to deploy the school resource officers to those sites under the direction of the police chief. So you didn't ask this, but I'll just say, if this weren't in existence, for example, what would happen is we would not receive the money, so we're receiving a couple $100,000. Instead, you would have 2 additional officers who would, in theory, be deployed elsewhere within the city.
Okay. And so the total expense, do you know, for a regular, like the next fiscal year? So it's 140, but that doesn't include the benefits and everything else, right?
Yeah, if you give me...
It's okay. We can talk about it offline. I was just curious because, yeah.
Yeah, I could give you an estimate, but not exact. So an estimate is probably on the order, if you say salaries and benefits, it's going to be on the order of a little over 200,000. So for, if what's being picked up is half of the salary, which I said is about 135,000, it's somewhat less than half, obviously, of the total cost of the position. So yeah, we're picking up a couple $100,000 a year in costs to the schools combined, I would say.
And that's total for Liberty and,
yeah.
Okay, 200,000. Okay, thank you very much. That was my only question. I just want to understand the fully loaded expense.
Just for the sake of clarity, in case anyone is not aware, SRO means School Resource Officer. Any other discussion on this?
Nope.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the School Resource Officer Program Agreement with Liberty Union and Brentwood Union School District.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Moving into public hearings. Ken Murphy, Chief Building Official, will present the next item regarding an amendment to the Brentwood Municipal Code as it relates to cannabis facilities and cultivation.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Before you tonight, we have a repeal and replacement of chapters 9.50 and 17.780 of the Brentwood Municipal Code, cannabis facilities and cultivation. Commercial cannabis facilities have been prohibited in Brentwood since 2006. Some unlicensed cannabis cultivation activities still occur, however, and require enforcement activities on the part of the city. Unlicensed cannabis activities often present health and safety risks to the public as well as the people that are engaged in the activities. At these cannabis grow sites, staff routinely encounter numerous violations, not only of the municipal code, but also of other applicable codes and regulations, such as the building code, the electrical code, and the California Health and Safety Code. So we're here tonight to update our ordinance to stay in step with state regulations on cannabis while maintaining the city's prohibition on commercial cannabis activities to the extent possible by state law. A couple of notable changes in state law that necessitated these updates are SB 1186 and AB 1684. SB 1186 does not allow jurisdictions to prohibit medicinal cannabis deliveries to medicinal cannabis patients. As you may remember, an item came before the City Council in 2023, and subsequently the Brentwood Municipal Code was amended to reflect these requirements. AB 1684 changed the allowed fine structure for unlicensed cannabis-related violations. It allows for immediate fines at an increased amount per violation, but caps the total amount of immediate fines that can be levied by a jurisdiction per day. It further specifies that other types of code violations when related to illegal cannabis cultivation of cannabis can be subject to the larger fines, but also subject to the same daily cap. It clarifies all parties related to illegal cannabis cultivation can be subject to the fines, be they property owners or resident business owners. The draft ordinance is consistent with the current ban on commercial cannabis activities and is consistent with state law. Staff recommends the City Council waive the first reading and introduce the 2 ordinances repealing and replacing chapters 9.50 and 17.780 of the Brentwood Municipal Code. Thank you for your time and consideration, and staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Ken. Any questions? Okay, moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 0 written public comments in advance of tonight's meeting. I have no speaker cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to close the public hearing, please?
I make a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing is closed. Is there any council discussion? Okay, do we have a motion?
I can make a motion, all three of them, right, Amanda?
Yes, please.
Yes. Motion number one, as detailed in the staff report, I move to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance repealing and replacing Brentwood Municipal Code, Chapter 9.50 in its entirety.
And this is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing Brentwood Municipal Code, Chapter 9.50, Cannabis Facilities and Cultivation, and replacing it in its entirety with a new Brentwood Municipal Code, Chapter 9.50, Cannabis Facilities and Cultivation.
Motion 2 out of 3, as detailed in the staff report, I move to introduce and waive the first
I'm sorry,
reading.
I think we need a vote after each one,
Do we have
right?
to-
So we need a second on that
Oh,
one?
do you want a second first?
If we can do them all as a full, I'm sorry, I jumped it before I got a second. So we can, I'll have the
Following
first.
your lead.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye. So then motion number 2, as detailed in the staff report, I move to introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance repealing and replacing Brentwood Municipal Code, Chapter 17.780 in its entirety.
I'll second. Sorry.
Nope, you're on cue.
No, you're good.
You're good, actually.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood repealing Chapter 17.780 Cannabis Facilities and Cultivation and replacing it in its entirety with a new Chapter 17.780 Cannabis Facilities and Cultivation of the Brentwood Municipal Code to regulate cannabis activities within the City of Brentwood.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
And the last motion, as detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution establishing an administrative citation fine for violations of Chapter 9.50 and 17.780 of the Brentwood Municipal Code.
I'll second that.
And that one's a resolution. You may vote without me.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that passes. Thank you, everyone. Moving into item F2, Eric Nolthenius, Planning Manager, will present the next item regarding an amendment to the downtown specific plan as it relates to tattoo parlors as a permitted use.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. This particular item has a bit of history, so I'm going to try to walk everyone through it, but as efficiently as possible. And I'm going to start with a little bit of a history of the specific plan itself, just to get us oriented. So it was originally adopted by the council in November of 2005, a little over 20 years ago. The adopted land use map was divided into 7 what we call district zones, and each of those zones has a list of uses and development standards. The specific plan has been amended 4 times over the years. Initially, it was in 2008 to accommodate the Civic Center project where we're sitting right now. Most recently in September of 2017 to address parking fees and parking requirements for non-residential projects. Since that last amendment almost 10 years ago, questions have periodically been asked by the public or Commissioner Council about whether it should be amended and how. One of those questions relates, of course, to whether tattoo parlors, which are currently prohibited, should be allowed. Before I go to the next slide, I wanted to make sure everyone knows that tattoo parlors are actually defined in our municipal code as, quote, any establishment that places an indelible mark or figure upon the body by insertion or pigment on or under the skin or by the production of scars. This slide, it's a little bit distorted, I apologize, but this basically shows the adopted land use map for the downtown specific plan. Each of the colored parcels represent the different district zones. And just for reference, that fairly square green shape in the top middle is the city park. And then the blue areas around it are the community center and city hall. So back to the more recent history of this particular issue or project. In January of last year, an item was brought forward as a future agenda item request by both Vice Mayor Pearson and Councilmember Orlemans to address the tattoo issue. Before that meeting, there were a total of 43 written comments, then led to a lengthy discussion by the council. And I would characterize that as, at the time, generally supporting allowing tattoo parlors, but there were also several questions that were asked. And I won't read through all of those, but they're listed on the screen there. Ultimately, at the end of that item in January of last year, the council unanimously directed staff to spend time and resources on the item and then bring it back for additional consideration. That motion did include direction for staff to provide background information on the pros and cons of allowing tattoo parlors, specifically as it relates to both economic development impacts and then also potential legal implications. So about 4 months later, at the end of May, staff brought the item back for council consideration. Again, before that meeting, there were a total of 20 written comments that were submitted before the meeting in support. And then during the public comment portion, there were a total of 16 speakers, all of which were in support of allowing tattoo parlors. Again, lengthy discussion amongst the council afterwards, including the merits of the economic development impacts and the legal implications. Ultimately, the council did vote 3-2 to direct staff to amend the specific plan to allow tattoo parlors, subject to what we call an administrative design review application. And I won't go through these in detail either because they're, we've already considered them last year, but this slide basically shows the economic development impacts that were presented to the council at that time. And then this slide talks about some of the legal implications. I would just summarize this one as saying that courts have held that tattooing is an expressive activity that's protected by the First Amendment. And it's not that the city can't regulate these uses, but we need to be careful that when we do, we consider what are called time, place, and manner restrictions. So the changes that are in fact proposed do reflect the direction from the May 27th meeting of last year. I'll summarize those as follows. Clarifications to the administrative administrative approval process and including tattoo parlors as uses that qualify. Some minor non-substantive technical changes to like section numbers, punctuation, et cetera. Also recommend removing similar uses subject to the approval of the zoning administrator throughout the list of uses. And that just further limits the discretion of staff so it's clear what's allowed and what's not. And then adding tattoo parlors as permitted uses in several of the district zones, the downtown core, the downtown general, the downtown boulevard, and the Western Gateway neighborhood, and then removing those correspondingly as prohibited uses. And then leaving them prohibited in the remaining district zones, and that would be like the City Park and Civic Center, because it just didn't make sense to allow them in there. We did include a red line version so that the council could see how those changes would actually look. That's included as attachment 3 to the staff report. And then if approved, these changes would result in the downtown area being the only area in the city where tattoo parlors are in fact permitted by right. This slide just lists some of the bullet points that would relate to how it would impact potentially existing businesses in the downtown. So again, the regulations that are proposed in Redline are consistent not only with relevant case law, but also with those appropriate time, place, and manner restrictions I referenced earlier. There are, however, existing businesses in downtown that provide services such as cosmetic tattoos, microblading, and similar services that would fall under that broad definition I also referenced earlier. I also wanted to point out, and I didn't mention this, that when the specific plan was originally adopted in November of 2005, there was not a list of prohibited uses. Those uses were added in the amendment from 2014. I also wanted to note that staff has not issued any formal approval to allow tattooing in the downtown since that 2014 update when they were identified as prohibited. And if this amendment is not approved by the council, tattoo parlors would of course remain prohibited within the downtown specific plan area. And then any compliance or enforcement determination involving an existing business would of course be evaluated based on the applicable law and facts related to that specific business. So the Planning Commission did consider this. They're required to in terms of amendments to the specific plan. This was way back in August of last year, following that council direction in May. There weren't as many public comments at that time, either in writing or at the meeting itself. And it was kind of more split in terms of support and opposition. The commission also had a lengthy discussion. I want to say that meeting ran about 3 hours. So a lot of the time was spent with the commission deliberating amongst itself. And the commission voted 3-2 to actually recommend that the council not adopt the draft ordinance. So the recommendation is in fact from the commission contrary to the direction provided by the council. And again, if it's accepted by the council, that would basically maintain the status quo. In other words, tattoo parlors would remain prohibited. So the recommendation put forward by staff at this time is to introduce the first reading of the ordinance approving the text amendment, again, consistent with that council direction from last May. There are, of course, other options that are available to the council. One of those is to adopt an ordinance that's modified in one or more ways. I will point out that if the modifications are significant enough, and we'd have to kind of see how that plays out tonight, we'd recommend that it be brought back to the council at a future date and not done from the dais. And then the other option is to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation and in fact not adopt the ordinance at all and just maintain the status quo. So thank you for sticking with me through that presentation. Be happy to answer questions the council has. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Do we have questions from council members? Okay, moving into the public hearing, I believe, right? And public comments.
Yes, at this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. We received 34 written public comments prior to this evening's meeting, and we've received 6 since the 3 p.m. cutoff this afternoon. I have a handful of speakers in person. First speaker I have is Paul, followed by Laura, followed by Vanessa.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City staff. Tattoo is an archaic word in regards to body art. We're talking about artists. We're talking about family-oriented business. If you get to know them, you understand it. For some of us, the artistry in our body is very personal. The wolf on my left arm represents my heritage from Ireland and Scotland. The Templar Knight on my right arm represents my belief in God and is a soldier of God. I find it quite odd that the City Council, as wise and amazing as they are in so many things, are so backward in allowing this. Let's be honest, right? If we're talking about what's good for the downtown area, within 300 yards of a high school, we have a smoke shop that sells glass pipes that people use to smoke marijuana and crack with over by Safeway. We have 13 businesses that sell alcohol within the downtown. Everybody knows alcohol causes heart damage, cirrhosis of the liver, kills people every year, drunk driving accidents, but that makes money. It's a family-owned business. If you know Estrella and Juarez, they're beautiful and wonderful people. I've heard comments about them saying, oh, it's a tattoo parlor. There's none of that. If you take the time to go visit their business, it's family-oriented. It's amazing. They're some of the most beautiful people I've met. Don't judge a book by what an old archaic mindset is. Look at who and what they are. They're beautiful and wonderful people. They render art on a body rather than on a canvas. And in all honesty, the City Council here can approve that if they wish to. So please keep in mind, we sell alcohol all over the place that kills people. Body art represents people. We just seem to want to put it away.
Oh, this is too high. Oh, well, it's not going anywhere. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not opposed to tattoos at all, nor am I opposed to the talented artists who do provide that service. But I am fundamentally opposed to amending the DSP for the benefit of one business, Calculated Puncture, that has actively lobbied the city to change the ordinance even while operating downtown, while out of compliance with the current plan. Supporters argued that denying this change would violate the First Amendment. I'm not a constitutional scholar, and most, if not all of us, aren't either. The issue is not about the prohibition of tattoos, studios, or anyone from practicing this art or receiving it in Brentwood. The issue lies in where a business may or may not be located under an adopted land use plan. Those are two distinctly different issues that have become conflated. Describing the current regulations as overregulation ignores the purpose of the DSP. Planning documents exist to provide consistency, preserve character of an area, and guide orderly development. Should you make an exception, the fundamental purpose of having a plan in the first place is undermined. Be careful about ratifying this amendment. It does open a Pandora's box. It will not stop there. Everybody else will be lining up behind that, and you'll have a lot of fallout. Think carefully before you make the decision, for you will set a precedent, one that'll be referenced for years. The question before you is not whether tattoo parlors should be in Brentwood. It is whether the city should amend a longstanding planning document to accommodate a single business. I urge you to consider the long-term consequences before making that decision, as it won't just affect downtown. It will lead to irreversible consequences affecting all of Brentwood's specific plans. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Vincent. I am the owner of Studio V Beauty Salon. First of all, this is my first time speaking here, so thank you for allowing me to represent my small business. The main reason that I'm here is to represent people in the beauty industry and in permanent cosmetics, and to not forget about that aspect of this. The main part I want to concentrate on is the definition of tattooing, which is inserting pigment into the skin. It's very broad. And so I'm here concerned about that part. What I did in about 2019, when I started my business, before I opened my salon, is I did my due diligence as a business owner before I signed my lease to make sure that I was approved in this zoning. I do have an email as I was going back and forth with the city of Brentwood approving and confirming that I was okay to go ahead and open up business as permanent cosmetics inside of a salon, which is what I have, is considered a beauty service. So in this consideration of amending, making an amendment on item F2, I do ask that you consider that part of things and how it will affect me and how I help provide for my family, and how other people in the beauty industry who have also done their research and made sure they did it right, and how it's going to affect us as well. So I thank you for your time and for listening to me speak.
The next speakers are Ian, followed by Kristen, followed by Sadie.
Hey, how's it going? I'm here in support of the amendment that will allow tattoo parlors in downtown Brentwood. As an ongoing customer and participant in downtown Brentwood, seeing the community here has made a positive impact for me. I love getting to meet new people and supporting small businesses. I feel that Brentwood gives a chance to those small local businesses. So why not a tattoo shop? Tattoos bring something new to the downtown area for a young person like me. We don't have any available due to the zoning restrictions that have still not been amended. So I'm here in support of the tattoo parlors becoming a part of the small businesses that downtown Brentwood has to offer. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Kristen Mingus, Downtown Brentwood Coalition Executive Director. As you consider whether to amend the downtown specific plan to allow tattoo studios, we simply encourage that decision be made through a thoughtful, transparent process that considers the long-term vision for downtown, economic vitality, business diversity, and the goals of the downtown specific plan as a whole. In the Downtown Brentwood Coalition, we respect the downtown specific plan because it represents the community's adopted vision for historic downtown Brentwood. Our organization does not create zoning policies, nor do we enforce it. Our role is to support our downtown businesses and promote the vision established through the city's public planning process. Whatever decision is ultimately made by the city, the Downtown Brentwood Coalition will continue supporting our downtown businesses and helping implement the adopted vision for our historic downtown. Thank you.
Hello. I'm here tonight in support of tattoo shops in downtown Brentwood. Having registered tattoo shops be a part of the downtown area would not only increase the economic value of our area, but also the diversity of our downtown area. Being young and living locally, me and my friends are always looking for something new to do. Instead of adding another food spot or another bar, it would be nice to see a creative outlet that reaches many diverse groups of people. Tattoo shops are a destination location that would bring in lots of people from outside of our area. Art comes in all shapes and sizes and mediums. Allowing tattoo shops would be allowing a service that everybody can enjoy and come to downtown Brentwood for. In order to grow, it's important to diversify. With this ban amended, the options are limitless for what the art of tattooing has to offer to your downtown Brentwood area. Thank you, guys.
The next speakers are Tracy, followed by Elliot, followed by Estrella.
Hi, I didn't write anything to read. I'm thinking about downtown. And with the fiasco over Vinnie's, I know that
I'm sorry, can you get a little closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
I'm thinking about Brentwood, downtown. And I'm thinking about what it's going to turn into be. I know I'm old and I've slowed down, so a lot of this stuff I don't need, but there's people who like it. I'm a little worried because Vinny's wanted to come in, and I'm not saying tattoos are bad. I have like $1,000 or more worth of tattoos on my body. I think they're beautiful. I think they are creative, and the artists are fabulous. However, I am worried about downtown. I think it's so quaint and so perfect that I have to agree, if we start changing it, like the lady said, it's just going to be one thing after another and another. And I was grateful that Vinny didn't come here. Grateful. And I'm not saying they are a lovely couple back there and art is wonderful, but I'm just thinking about the quaintness of downtown. And I know everybody's like, oh, get into the times are changing. I just say, be careful.
Hi. Ooh, it's been a while. Last time I was here, I was Pata. I am on the amend of having tattoo parlors in downtown because tattoos tell stories that people don't want to say or don't want to, don't want to say. I have tattoos that has stories behind it. I think tattoos are a form of art, and you guys love art. And just having it downtown makes inclusion even more because it includes people to like express themselves. And I think expressing yourself is very good. I just believe that tattoos are a form of self-expression and makes people have confidence boosts. Because I struggle with having less confidence. And so I think tattoos boost confidence because it boosts mine. Now I feel more confident, I feel happier, and it just, I think tattoos should be here. Plus it's closer. So, yay, let's drive. Less gas money. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm still not good at this, so bear with me. I am here obviously in support of amending the ban on tattoo shops downtown. I'm just going to try to keep this very factual based here. Over the past 18 months, support for the amendment has continued to grow with more than 30 downtown Brentwood businesses signing in support and almost 1,200 residents also signing in support of the amendment. At the January 2025 meeting, the city acknowledged that tattooing was already taking place in the downtown area. That same point was discussed again at the May 2025 meeting. The city's definition of a tattoo parlor is any establishment that places an indelible mark or figure upon the body by insertion of pigment on or under the skin or by the production of scars. I do permanent cosmetics. That is exactly what I do. There is almost no difference. I do believe that those services should be allowed and those businesses should be allowed to operate, and I support them, but it's difficult to understand why those tattoo services are allowed while tattoo studios continue to be prohibited. Sorry guys, I'm really bad at this. One final point I would like to raise is that despite the strong support over the past year and a half, there has also been some disappointment. As a small business owner myself, it has been disheartening to hear from fellow business owners who support this change that they do not feel comfortable publicly expressing their support because they fear of backlash against them or their business. That's in a concerning environment, and I believe the city should work toward fostering a space where residents and business owners can share their views without that concern. I respectfully ask the council to approve this amendment to allow tattoo shops downtown. Thank you.
Next, I have Chris, followed by Tom.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, members and staff. 18 months ago, when this originally brought up, there was two main questions asked. How did the downtown business owners feel? And how do the Brentwood residents feel about lifting the ban on tattoo studios in the downtown area? In response, we'd gathered support from more than 30 downtown business owners in favor of allowing tattoo studios, along with approximately 1,200 resident signatures supporting the change. We have shared this information several times throughout this process. We all want to preserve the integrity of downtown specific plan. Allowing tattoo studios supports that vision by adding to the diversity of businesses that make up downtown a vibrant destination while providing another form of entertainment. Tattoo studios are a destination business. They bring people downtown who also support nearby restaurants, coffee shops, dessert shops, and other local businesses. Clients often eat, drink, and shop before and after appointments, increasing foot traffic and benefiting the entire downtown. If you look at the businesses that are prohibited in the downtown specific plan, tattoo doesn't fit. Tattooing, body piercing, and permanent cosmetics are highly regulated industries. Practitioners must register with the county, maintain annual bloodborne pathogen certificate, and comply with strict health and safety standards. Studios are inspected annually and must stay current on all city, county, and state requirements and a clean and safe environment. We are simply asking the equal opportunity to provide a well-regulated professional service in downtown Brentwood, something that is already a part of everyday life and widely accepted across all communities. Tattoo shops like ours create an inviting, artful, and friendly atmosphere for anyone. We just want to add to the wide variety of unique shops, cuisines, services, and entertainment. We respectfully ask for you to consider the strong support from both residents and business owners and vote to amend to downtown specific plan to allow tattoo studios in downtown Brentwood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I just wanted to point out two things that I'm seeing on this. So one, by making this amendment, we're not amending for one business. We're not amending one building. And by allowing this, you're allowing all the other tattoo people that are downtown to continue their wonderful business. Second off, a lot of people don't want to change or make an amendment, right? Make a change to the master plan. If we didn't make a change, this building wouldn't be here. If we didn't make a change, the library wouldn't be there. If we didn't make a change, Manny Vieira wouldn't have built the building, that sticky chicken and ribs and the beautiful little plant gift boutique store next door. Forgive me, I don't remember the name. They wouldn't be there. He wouldn't have built that building if he would have been required to put in parking. I'm looking at building a new building in downtown. The reason? I don't have to put in parking. I mean, cut and dry absolutely changes the math when you're building a commercial building and you don't have to add parking. I can't talk about, I think we need more parking. I guess I could say that. Again, I think that it's been amended for good cause and good reason in the past, and it's created beautiful things. And I think if we amend it again now, it creates another beautiful thing. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers in person, but I do have 2 hands raised in Zoom. First speaker is Cinziana. Cinziana, go ahead.
Good evening. All I want to know is that, or let me just say this. This change is specifically for Mr. Tom Gregory so he can rent his building downtown. Real estate investment, I get it. I will probably do the same thing. However, I would really participate and be involved in discussing the Brentwood downtown specific plan. I was there, he was not, when the Brentwood downtown specific plan was discussed several years ago. He could have been there and say, let's talk about tattoo shops. But he wasn't. Just one thing to consider. Another thing, 34 written public comments in support of the tattoo parlor shop. Were they at the revision of the Brentwood downtown specific plan? No. Another item, Panisha Pearson needs to abstain from this vote because she represented Mr. Tom Gregory in several cases as his lawyer. So I want to hear that publicly. And another thing, there's no ban on tattoo parlors. It's simply the voice of residents who voted for Brentwood downtown specific plan to say, we do not want that type of business downtown because it's not conducive to revenue generation. And ditto to everything that Laura and Kirsten said.
The speaker's timer has expired. The next speaker I have is Rod. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Amanda. I'm speaking as for myself tonight. I am a member of the Planning Commission, but I am not speaking on behalf of the city tonight. I'm speaking for myself. Looking at this the way it was brought forward, it's painfully obvious to anyone looking that this was not brought forward because some city council members said, oh, we need tattoo parlors downtown. It's because Tom Gregory came and asked for a favor and is getting one. There are 3 council members who will vote for this tonight. And it just reeks of a Brown Act violation. These are things that are very difficult to prove. But if you care about your reputations, you should probably rethink what you're doing tonight. This is not the way to do things. This is not how things are supposed to happen. We are not supposed to make backroom deals with people and then come forward and then make a bunch of excuses publicly about, oh, how it's for this or it's for that. As a matter of fact, there's been no discussion really on the council of how this is beneficial to the downtown specific plan. We have procedures to modify the downtown specific plan, and this is just not the way to go about it. It's disgusting to watch. I really have lost respect for 3 members of the city council, and you know which 3 you are, and you'll be voting yes tonight. And the other 2 who have principles will likely be voting no. So it's not really hard to see what's going on here. Yeah, Panisha should recuse herself because Tom, who this is being done for, let's be very frank about that, is a client of hers, and she should very much so recuse herself if if we have a planning commissioner recuse himself because he works for a banking company who just happens to have one little branch sitting across the street from a project, then this really rises at least to the level of that. Thank you.
The next speaker is JB. JB, go ahead. We'll come back and I'll try Kayla. Kayla, go ahead. Last call for Kayla. And last call for JB. Mayor, I have no additional hands raised or speaker cards in person.
Thank you, Amanda. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is closed, and we're going to take a very short break. We will be back in about 4 minutes. We'd like to get started, please. Ready? Thank you, everyone. We are coming back into session and moving into council discussion on this item. Who would like to start? Councilmember Orlemans.
I'm one of the original council members that brought this forward, and I don't normally do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'd like to address some of the speakers that gave comments tonight. No backdoor deals. Nobody's paid me anything. Nobody will ever pay me anything. They don't have enough money to pay me to get me to change a vote or to make my vote in any particular way. There is a way to change the downtown specific plan or any other planning district within the city of Brentwood, and it looks just like what we just did. You bring a future agenda item, you bring it before the public, you allow them to speak on it, we have discussions over it, and then we vote and we decide. I don't understand one of our planning commissioners trying to explain to me that this is not the way it's done, and we still continue to put him on the planning commission. I'm just not sure how that works. And it's a little frustrating to me because my integrity and my honesty and what I've lived my entire life doing is not going to be torn down by a group of people that simply just don't like an idea that I have. It's my thought. It's my right sitting on this dais to bring a future agenda item. If you don't like it, get me off this dais. So let's move on to the downtown specific plan. The reason this was brought forward was, yes, a person mentioned to me, the owners of Calpunk, that I didn't know it was a ban. There was a ban on tattoo parlors in the downtown specific plan. They brought it to my attention. I brought this agenda item forward. Not for them, because I don't believe it's fair. Not for that business, not for Tom Gregory, not for that building, none of that. I don't think it's fair to ban a particular practice of applying art to other people's bodies and say it's okay in the entire rest of the city except for our downtown specific plan. I didn't think it was fair, so I asked to change it. That's the discussion we're having, not whether I got paid off, not whether we've been scammed into trying to make a particular item or change our downtown. I think a lot of the speakers that spoke tonight talked about tattoo parlors being a destination business. We have an agenda item later on that talks about bringing business into the downtown, promoting business within Brentwood. If I can bring, or if a tattoo shop can bring 20 more people into the downtown who now discover how wonderful our downtown truly is, and they begin patronizing our businesses in our downtown, it's the exact same thing. We limit the amount of people, the people we expose to the downtown, and we're limiting the people that are going to create business for our downtown businesses. Open it up. Let's move it forward. The one question that has bothered me since this initially started is I can't figure out the difference between a tattoo shop, a barber shop, a beauty shop, or a nail shop. I don't know what the difference is. You go in, you have a service provided to you to make you more beautiful, make your nails look pretty, apply art to your body, whatever that might be, and you leave. We have those downtown, right? We have nail shops. We have beauty shops. We have barber shops, I know. So I don't know why this particular business was singled out. That's all I'm trying to change. That's all this intent was I don't see the difference. And unless somebody can explain it to me, that makes it really clear that I understand, I have a hard time figuring out why we're even sitting here and why this took us 18 months to move forward. That's it.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Tony, for your opening. I'll open too. I've tried to keep a very good demeanor while I've been sitting here. And I'm going to try to go out that way on council. I will say that it's been rather disgusting that a person who has never gotten over that she lost to me keeps my name in her mouth. And I live rent-free in her head, her brain, and I feel like I should start giving her money because she constantly calls here and has to have conversations about me and make defamatory statements about me, my former job that I used to do as an attorney. Now I'm sitting as a judge with the state of California. One, I did not go to Tom Gregory. I did not represent him. My husband represented him, and I walled myself off. So my husband has not represented Tom Gregory in multiple cases as our person who says he can separate himself in his personal capacity from his ability to be unbiased on the planning commission. Yeah, right. So he didn't represent him in multiple cases. I don't know where they get their facts from, but it's straight up defamation that's protected by the amendments to the Constitution. So I'll go back to that in a quick second, but Tom Gregory never came to me. I didn't even know Tom Gregory owned the Pink Lady until these disgusting people decided to not only just go to FPPC, but to go to the state bar to try to take away my livelihood that I worked my entire life for, from the time I was 5, wanting to be a lawyer, eventually a judge, and tried to report me to the state bar and affect my household and my family. The state bar found their claims baseless, and the FPPC, over 3 times that they reported me to the FPPC, which is in your agenda, found their claims baseless. So again, I agree with Councilmember Orlemans to look at what the facts are here tonight. And this is not about a business. I don't even know the people from Calculated Puncture. I've seen them in this dais, and I've seen them 2 other times. One time when Darren Gill was here and he did Neighborhood Night Out, he put them on my line of places to stop at. I did not know. He drove me to there, and I said, oh my goodness, are these the people that are in the chambers? Why wouldn't you tell me? Because all of a sudden, the people who keep making baseless claims will begin to say that I am colluding with them. I met them there. I met their lovely mother who can kick her behind off. She had food in the neighborhood Night Out, and I stayed there. And I also went to my hater's house or somewhere near there and ate with them and talked to them in the same neighborhood. The only other time that I've seen them besides in this chamber was when I came downstairs after going from closed session and I saw I think you are his wife, you are co-owners in the hallway. That was it. I don't know these people. How did I come to find out about this? Councilmember Orlemans told me about something that may be a violation to the First Amendment of the Constitution. That was it. There's no Brown Act. There wasn't a third party in the room. I wasn't colluding or making backdoor deals, and let's talk about that. I am a freaking judge. I was a lawyer who made $500 per hour. I don't know how much Tom Gregory rents his space for, but what backdoor deals in the city of Brentwood am I getting paid for to let whatever is happening, his agreement with them, be done? That is disgusting. It is ridiculous. It is senseless. And let's come here with common sense and let's talk common sense in this dais. If you're gonna speak about something, first be bold enough to come say it to my face. Don't be on Zoom being a coward, come say it in my face. But anyway, back to what we're here to talk about. Number one, some of the people have said, oh, let's not amend the downtown specific plan because people put their time into it, let's not amend it. We shouldn't amend documents. Guess what? We sit under a United States government that amendments changed many of our lives. Let's talk about it. The 13th Amendment ended slavery. The 19th Amendment gave women who are in this dais the right to vote. The 15th Amendment gave people of color, people based on who were other race and previous enslavement, the right to vote. Because we looked at something that was not inclusive and we made amendments to it. And so tonight, the decision is not about a business. I don't care about a specific business. God bless that business. God bless all these businesses. What I care about is, are we violating the Constitution? Are we, by not providing under the First Amendment, the freedom of speech? Last time I was here, I talked about freedom of speech. I talked about a specific case, Anderson versus Hermosa Beach. In the Anderson case, very similarly, was an ordinance banning tattoo parlors. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals determined in Anderson versus Hermosa Beach that the ordinance was violative of the First Amendment because tattooing is that the actual tattooing, having tattoo, the process or operating a business are all protected expressive activities under the First Amendment. So I ask you all, what distinguishes our ordinance from that in Hermosa Beach, in the Anderson case? What distinguishes that? I don't see anywhere where we're distinguished from that. People are talking about let's change it or let's keep it the way it was. It sounds like some real let's make America great again kind of language to me coming up to the dais. Restrictions on time, place, or manner or protected speech are only permissible if it is, one, content neutral. So we passed the test there. Tattoo parlors are content neutral. It's not talking about a specific thing. So yes, can the ban be based on that one? Yes, but that doesn't pass the rest of the test. It is not narrowly tailored. Saying you can be in the city of Brentwood, but not in the downtown area is too narrow, and it fails that test. And then the last one is it leaves ample alternative channels for communication of the information. Banning them from downtown restricts a business's access to particular art audiences and economic opportunities. I am here and I have consistently been here saying, I am only here to follow the law. I believe that we are violating the freedom of speech, the protected speech by banning a specific type of a tattoo bar parlor. There are businesses that can be banned, but this is specifically to the art, for the art of tattooing. Then I looked at legislative intention of what does our downtown specific plan say? Well, policy ED 4-2 of the plan says it wants to prioritize a diversity of retail and resident-oriented services used to facilitate pedestrian storefront shopping. We've had several people, several of them, several here, several times before say that they would like to shop and see this. Policy ED 4-4 of the plan says, encourage development and activities that include components promoting a sense of place through community art. The current prohibition of the tattoo parlors in downtown without providing a factual or evidentiary basis and no evidence that such a restriction is necessary to achieve a significant government interest. What is the governmental interest on the ban? What is our interest on a ban? I'd love for one of my council members to tell me what the governmental interest is on us banning it. Because I think if we articulate that out loud, it would seem very discriminatory.
So we've approved tattoo parlors here before. It's not something we haven't done. We've done it before. I don't know if you guys were here when we did it. So we have no problems with tattoo parlors. I do understand what Rod talks about the process because we have always, when it comes to specific plans, we've always been very welcome to the public and the process for getting their voices heard. So what I feel is happening is that we want to cut off the voices of the people. Like if we want to redo the downtown specific plan, let's redo the downtown specific plan. If we want to allow for something like a Vinnie's or something like a tattoo parlor, then put it in the rules because it's not allowed. We actually had a downtown specific plan and a Brentwood Boulevard specific plan working sessions. I can't remember how many years ago it was. I'm trying to remember. And The residents said they didn't want to change it. They did not want to change it. They wanted to keep it as is. So that's why we did hands off, and I think Alexis worked on that. We were like, hands off, we're not going to change it because the residents didn't want to change it. And everyone was invited to join these working groups. So I think that's what we mean when this isn't the way you do specific plans. Yes, we do make amendments. Yes, we do make tweaks here and there. But specific plans have always been a very different process. And we talk about things do change. And I'm going to tell you the one thing I didn't like about the downtown specific plan that we changed is this building. This building was supposed to not even be here. This was supposed to be open space forever when it was donated to the city. This is where we had the Corn Fest. So if people are not happy that the Corn Fest is not happening, it's because Bob Taylor and the council at the time said, hey, yes, it is true. They took this and built they built City Hall. So this is where the Corn Fest used to be. So changes sometimes do have negative ramifications. And I can't tell you how many people are upset that we don't have the Corn Fest anymore, because this is where it was. And then it moved to the dirt lot and people were not happy about it. So that is this. I got to vote on this. And they asked a lot of questions, so I'm going to go over a couple of questions. If a tattoo studios were permitted downtown, which location would you prefer? And these are owners of businesses downtown. 41.2% upstairs or second floor spaces only. 11.8% side streets or alley facing locations. And then 29.4%, I do not support tattoo studios downtown. And then 17.6% said Main Street ground floor storefronts. So the businesses in downtown Brentwood do not want it. And they specifically told me they were afraid to speak up because they're afraid that the bloggers will come after them if they do speak up. So it is true that people are afraid to speak up. And then, do you believe that studios increase foot traffic downtown? So our agenda said it was 5 to 10 people a day. That is not much traffic. Like, I actually don't want to fund the expo because that's only 400 people for an event, right? I think that's very low, and we're asking for our events to bring in a lot of people. We are going to fund it, but I think we need to work on that, bringing up that foot traffic. So, do you think they're going to increase foot traffic? 47.1% said no, because they don't. And I did call a mall manager and I said, would you ever put a tattoo parlor in any of your malls? And they said no. And I said, why not? They said because they bring in no sales tax revenue. So that's why they would not do it. It's just, from an economic standpoint, it is not the thing you want to do to an area that you expect to be hustling, bustling, like our downtown. Let's see what other questions were asked. So if one tattoo studio is allowed downtown, the city cannot legally limit the total number of future. Would that affect your opinion? So people, 47.1, only want one. That's all they want. They don't want more than that. And then looking ahead, 5 to 10 years, do tattoo studios help move downtown Brentwood towards the vision you would like to see? 53% said no. So these are the people who have invested their life savings that, people say, oh, Brentwood's not business friendly. This is not business friendly. When you go against the will of the majority of the downtown businesses to a low volume business that's not going to bring in foot traffic, that's not business friendly. So it's not something that I can support.
When this item came on, I took the legal analysis that was presented to me as a freedom of expressive art, freedom of speech, and I took the legal analysis of it. When I did my own research and I spoke to council, I learned that Hermosa Beach had actually banned the tattoo parlor for the whole city as a whole, which basically the courts ended up striking down. You can have zoning, you can have certain areas that permit tattoo parlors, and you can have certain areas that do not, to benefit the economic development of your community, of your downtown, whatever district it is that you have. So since then, I've done quite a few research with other cities just to see how they navigate tattoo parlors, beauty shops, nail salons, etc. One of the cities that I ended up meeting with was Livermore. I learned that they, just like we do, but we only have 2 cores here. We have the downtown core and the civic core. They had multiple. They had, I think, 3, maybe 4 zones in Livermore, and they allowed certain businesses on the very core of downtown, but then upstairs or on the outer zones of downtown, they allowed those service areas. So that way they can have the entertainment, the restaurants, the whatever the bars in that area. And if anything was there beforehand, they grandfathered. Same thing in Walnut Creek. Walnut Creek is very particular on they have it in their zoning plan, in their downtown specific plan, on what they allow in their core. On the outskirts, upstairs, it's very much outlined. I am okay with having tattoo parlors downtown, but not in a specific core. It has to be outlined. It has to be limited to a certain number. And also the other thing that I do not agree with, if we have other tattoo parlors in the rest of the city of Brentwood that have to apply for a CUP, I don't think it's okay for us to allow a different tattoo parlor within downtown not to apply and go through a CUP process. And that's something that was discussed the last time. So I do agree in fairness, and I do agree in zoning, and I don't think that it would be economically beneficial if we had, for example, 5 tattoo parlors on First and Oak. I don't think that would be economically and financially sound for me as a city representative representing 66,000 people. So I do believe that there is some sort of compromise, but I do believe that it needs to be calculated and it needs to be thought out where it's actually benefiting the city of Brentwood. Mm-hmm.
This is a very hot topic for sure. I voted against the amendment last year, having nothing to do with thinking tattoo parlors are inappropriate. Happen to be comfortable in them. I've been to them. I've got tattoos. I mean, you've heard us say that before. What I will say is that this discussion around people being concerned about speaking up, I have heard that. I'm hearing from you that the people that are within the community are afraid to speak up for fear of for retribution. There's also fear from similar tattoo businesses that I've heard from commercial developers that I've heard from other downtown businesses that I've heard from that have said, I don't think this is the right thing, but I'm afraid to speak up. The tattoo community is a very tight-knit community, which says some really wonderful things about it. There are a lot of business owners that support each other, small business owners that support each other. There are a lot of families that go and get tattoos together. I did it with my son when he went away to college. There's some really beautiful things about it. That does not change the fact that the process in order to make an amendment to the downtown specific plan should be a very specific, well thought out and community engaged process. When this first was built, when it was first written, the downtown specific plan, it had stakeholders and community members, and it was a very long process to get the approvals at the time for what it would look like and what they didn't want in the downtown. But I was looking at some of the businesses that are they're still restricted, and they are very different. They're a wide range. They're from check cashing stores to thrift stores to internet cafes, drive-ups and drive-throughs, adult-oriented businesses, rental vehicle storage. It's all over the place. When the 2014 amendment was made to add tattoo parlors to that restriction, there was an engagement process. I'm hearing there was an ad hoc committee from the council that gathered information, did the research, and then it went through the process of engagement. It went to Planning Commission again, that sort of thing. I don't believe that we're going to come to a decision here that's going to make everybody happy. I do think that we could potentially compromise and find a way to make some people happy and some people what I don't want is for businesses that are existing in our downtown area to lose their business based on permanent makeup, for example. And I'm not clear on whether that could be a grandfathered situation. I would also say that if we had to find a compromise, the upper level, I think, is appropriate, I think, based on what I'm hearing from Councilmember Maloney and some of the other downtowns and what they've been able to do. I also think if we are able to put a cap, because a commercial developer that I spoke with said that they were afraid as soon as one came in that there would be an influx. And it has been acknowledged, it is true that there is not a lot of tax revenue that comes from tattoo parlors, nor is there a lot that comes from salons, nail salons, beauty salons, whatever. I would be okay with a cap on any new businesses like that downtown. If we're trying to promote downtown as a revenue generating, kind of like we said, like a buzzing population of businesses and where residents can go and spend money, all of those businesses kind of tamper that a bit. So I would be okay with that too. This is incredibly emotional for a lot of people. I do think the reports that we've had about the business operating at night, I don't know where that's gone. I've had several people that reached out to me to say that there was business happening in the existing building right now before it's been completely approved. And again, I don't know if there's been an investigation on that. I have no idea. But I don't think we're going to get to like a 100% making everyone happy today. I think what we're going to have to do is really look at ways to potentially find the best fit for what we can do and looking at the future. I don't want to turn downtown into something that isn't tax revenue generating. And again, I am okay with putting caps on future nail salons and future hair salons. I do not want to risk the businesses of people that are doing this permanent makeup or other types of tattoo art currently. Those are not the ones we're hearing complaints about. So I think there's more to this discussion. I don't believe this is a First Amendment issue. Again, we've been approving tattoo parlors across the city. I remember there was a gentleman that came in a few years ago to do that. He was concerned about it. We were happy to give him his permit to do his business. It was a very actually uplifting meeting. But if you look at recent decisions around Vinnie's, around some changes to the Grove, these were decisions that were made based on specifics in the language of the downtown specific plan. If we were to change it now, so close to when those decisions were made, there might be some concerns from those business owners as well. I mean, again, we're not going to make everybody happy. What I will say is I think there is some room for figuring out how to move forward in a way that is protective of downtown, protective of our economic development, specifically to downtown, and takes a lot of these concerns into account. So what I'm going to ask, because I can say no again. I don't know if it would get me anywhere, but it isn't the business itself I'm against. It's the idea of this is, again, it's not the right process, and I don't think it's the right fit for downtown. So if we can figure something out that takes these things into account, that takes the grandfathering of existing businesses into account, I would be willing to look at a compromise. Do we have any thoughts on that?
I have a question. Thank you. I really appreciate everybody's viewpoint. I think all of the comments, I appreciate them, especially the tax revenue comment is a good comment. But you said an interesting point. You said you got a legal analysis from our city attorney. Yeah, I called and I called to ask for it and wasn't given it verbally. So yeah, I saw the agenda point and I actually brought that up to him. Can he go over it further? And I didn't get that. So is there, Thomas, yeah, today we talked and I asked you and I had to end the call because I don't feel like I got anything from that. So I'm being truthful. I did call you about it. And I asked you about the legal analysis in the agenda and you said you need to look it up. So I'm wondering what they got legal analysis that I may not have gotten. In addition, my other question to you is on top of that, second point is the recommendations. I'm open to creative thought. What I don't want to do is do anything because there are comments inside of the agenda as to time, place, manner discussions. If we say only a second floor or we restrict something, I'm okay with capping a number. We've capped gas stations. We've done it. I'm fine with a cap. But how does that impact us? And this is primarily where I was going with my question. Legal analysis. What are the legal ramifications for everything that's stated in that legally in the legal section of our agenda? And I don't feel like I got that back.
So a couple of things. So you are correct. Our conversation was interrupted. We did talk about time, place, and manner, and we did talk about what was in the agenda, and we also talked about some other things. But I think that what you've heard today is, I think you've heard some very accurate things about the case that you referenced in the city of Hermosa. That was a citywide ban. There's no citywide ban here in our city. We know that that's a difference. We know that when we talk about time, place, and manner restrictions, we're operating, as we said in the conversation that we had previously, that is a framework that we use for First Amendment analysis. And when you are in a situation where you're considering the things that we've just put up there, those things such as caps, the things such as location, that's, place, some of the other factors, those are all pieces of the puzzle that can be put into an overall policy for these types of things. We did have that discussion, but it didn't go to that extent. We talked time, place, and manner, we did. And you ran out of time. Yes, you ran out of time. Yeah.
What, can we let Thomas finish his sentence, please? Okay, but your mic's not on, so it's one-sided to the public.
Well, to that point, because I'm not going to let you tell something that's not true. I ran out of time because I waited for you to look through the agenda, and you sat. I sat there and waited for you for a while, and you didn't have the answer for me.
And
then I said I'm out of time because I sat there for over 5 minutes waiting.
Okay, well. So we've heard a number of things today that can be a part of a policy. And I think one of the things that the city council needs to look at is which one of those factors are acceptable and how would they come together in a policy.
I'm sorry, can we finish discussion before you start telling us how we're supposed to vote and what we're supposed to vote on? Can we finish the discussion here?
Yes, it's the legal, this I'm putting into the legal framework. We've heard a number of, what I'm saying is we've heard a number of things today that could be a part of a policy. And in terms of whether or not those things are legal, yes, you can consider caps, that you can consider that. You can consider location, that's time, place, and manner. And so these additional factors that you may be looking at are all options that you could consider for a policy that you might be interested in structuring today that's different from the one that's in front of you.
Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah.
With that, with some of those guidelines in place, would you like to have a discussion about where we can go from here?
Can we have on the screen a map of the different zones of downtown, please?
And while we wait for that, I just want to clarify, the legal analysis I'm talking to is on page 320. We didn't talk, just, I read the agenda.
I read it too.
Can I ask a quick question while we're waiting for this to come up? When I very first came on council 3.5 years ago, the city of Brentwood had hired a consultant to redo the downtown specific plan. And if I remember right, we voted to fire them because they didn't have the vision we were looking for or something like that. I'm not 100% sure, but we keep talking about this isn't the right process. The process was tried and we fired the consultant and never followed through on redoing the downtown specific plan. This building was built with an amendment to the specific plan. They didn't rewrite the whole downtown specific plan. They made an amendment and changed it. So as Tom Gregory brought up, the library wouldn't be here without this exact process taking place to amend the downtown specific plan. Yet our mayor and one of our council members keeps talking about this isn't the right process. We're asking our citizens what they want to do, and we're going to talk about a survey that was done, and I don't know how many people answered the survey, and I don't trust surveys because you can skew statistics any way you want them in any survey you want. But since we have been talking about tattoo parlors or tattoo shops in the downtown specific area, we have received, let's see, today 34 written comments, and over the past 2 other council meetings, 84 written comments in support of tattoo shops in the downtown. In that same time, we have received 8 either public comments or written comments opposing shops in the downtown. I'm not a genius, but that seems like way more people want it than don't want it. And we're going to sit up here and talk about processes. We're going to sit up here and talk about this isn't the way it should have been done. And we have to do what the citizens want. That's what I'm talking about doing, is what the citizens are asking us to do. I think a healthy discussion of options for what we could do with this downtown specific plan in regards to tattoo shops would be amazing. But let's have a discussion about that as opposed to picking apart everybody else. Well, you didn't follow the right process. Well, we're here. Let's get it done and let's move on.
Real quick to that, I do believe in the process. And when we stopped the process that time, is because the residents didn't want to change it. And I actually looked up all of the emails we got today. A lot of those don't even live in Brentwood. And the process is supposed to be Brentwood residents, not out of city residents. So I did look them all up because I was curious as to who lived in Brentwood and who didn't. So I do believe in a process. They said they didn't want to change the downtown specific plan or the Brentwood Boulevard specific plan. That was the biggest thing, is they're like, we like it how it is.
Then why did we hire a consultant?
Because staff wanted to look into it if it was an option to do that. And then the residents, I was on those calls. They got on the calls.
That's not why we fired the
Yeah,
consultant.
it was because the
It's
residents
because
didn't want.
some of us did not like the opinion of the consultant.
Okay, I was on the calls. The residents didn't like they didn't want to change it. So, I mean, you and I are going to have a different opinion. What I heard is the residents like their downtown. They'll hallmark downtown. They didn't want to change it.
To the staff, do we know how many other, because we keep talking about one business, but we had someone else say that she does cosmetic. Do we know how many cosmetic businesses that we do that may do microblading, tiny tacks, or anything that, because per the definition, even making a dot on somebody is a tattoo parlor. So we have a lot more tattoo parlors than we think.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. We don't have the exact count. We know there's more than we think because they have to be licensed by the county in the same, whether you're doing microblading or permanent makeup or tattoos, you receive the same type of license from the Contra Costa County Environmental Health. So we don't have the latest count, but it is maybe half a dozen that we're aware of, but we would have to go to the county and get a list of all their licenses. Of course, there could always be people doing this that aren't licensed, but that's not very common. But yes, there are people downtown doing this. The other thing we don't know is if so from 2005 to 2014, tattoos were not explicitly permitted, but they weren't prohibited in the specific plan. So there could be people who in that time frame were doing tattoos or permanent makeup and it was permitted. Things changed in 2014. So it's not an easy question to answer because we also have to look at times that these licenses were established. So short answer is yes, there are people doing tattoos downtown, probably half a dozen, but I don't have an exact count.
I asked that because I was patronizing a business in anticipation for a big party I just threw, and the business owner actually told me that they knew that there is someone doing the cosmetics out of a business, but now hiding and taking clients in certain spaces out of fear that they'll be found out because now they're defined as like a tattoo artist. So now I'm starting to be concerned about safety and hygiene and regulations if we have businesses that are operating and now hiding people who were already here prior to this conversation happening. That is concerning to me. So a workaround, if we can come to some type of consensus, I think we all make valid viewpoints. And I think, I would actually make a motion to cap the number of tattoo parlors. That's why I also wanted to know how many we have right now, but and it would be an arbitrary number because I don't have an idea. I don't want to lose businesses that we already have. I also don't want to restrict a few more business coming in. But I agree, like with Councilmember Maloney, I also don't want to see a whole street of a particular type of business. I think the beauty is in the diversity of having different types of businesses in downtown. It is a very nice and quaint downtown. And I think the diversity is nice, but coming up with a cap number, as the mayor said, I don't know what that number would look like, but I would entertain a motion that allows the modification or the amendment to it to allow tattoo parlors with a cap.
So I have a question real quick. So when we looked at the definition that Eric read, it says indelible, which is permanent. My understanding is that cosmetic is not permanent, right? Like it fades, and it's a different box you check on your license. So they are it's a different box that you check because of the needles are different. So is there a way that we can actually find the licenses who are actually just doing cosmetic per the county versus tattoos? And okay, so we have one business that got a letter from staff that they could do it, like she says she does. So when we talk about who we allow, I mean, I don't want to allow anyone that's been breaking the law without permission. She has a letter, so she wasn't breaking the law without permission. She has a letter from staff. But if you were going to break the law, I don't have any desire to give you permission to do anything that you knew you shouldn't be doing. And that's just how I feel about it. It's just, you were breaking the law, you should be fined, and you shouldn't be given a present because you broke the law under the table.
Unless these are people that were operating their business between 2005 and 2014.
Yeah, unless you got a letter or you were doing it before it became the law.
I do have a question.
You were going to say something. I saw your light about to go.
Yeah, I
into
thought
the
there was a
definition.
question for me about whether you would regulate permanent makeup different than tattoo, but if you don't have a question for me, I don't know.
I'd like to know the answer. Yes, please.
Well, right now, no, based on our definition that we have in the municipal code. My understanding, and I'm not an employee of the Contra Costa Environmental Health, but my understanding is they license the practitioners and the facilities the same way. I could be wrong, but my understanding is it's the same type of license, whether it's makeup or permanent makeup or tattoo. So right, but it's the same license that's issued. Yeah, but it's the same type of license. So like an alcohol license, you have a type 21 or a type 44 based. The Contra Costa Environmental Health, my understanding, issues one body art type of license. So it's not easy. There are boxes, but from a land use perspective and an impact perspective and not wanting to be discriminatory, I don't know that we could delineate the difference between permanent eyeliner and permanent makeup and a tattoo successfully. But certainly we are open to council's, direction. But I think it'd be difficult to differentiate the two and not be accused potentially of discriminatory practices.
I do have a question. For a person that wants to open a beauty salon that has like microblading, micro shading, is their process the same as a tattoo parlor?
Their licensing process, yes.
But what about like their licensing through the city and applying for business permitting and whatnot?
So yes, if they're putting ink under the skin per our definition, we would consider them. So that's why our definition is a tattoo parlor, and I think that's a little bit misleading and a little bit of a misnomer. It's the tattoo practice, right? So that may be ancillary to your business as a beauty salon, but in our definition, if you're putting ink under the skin, then that meets the definition of a tattoo parlor, even though that might not be your primary business, right? You're a salon that provides permanent makeup. So the definition, they're always, as precise as we can get them. There could be room for improvement in terms of the definition. But I would be careful about crafting something that discriminates very similar activity against very similar activities.
I think for me, I have both makeup and I have tattoos. And for me with the makeup, I have to go get it redone every year and a half. With my actual tattoos, I don't have to. So I have a hard time just grasping the idea that it's permanent because I have to keep getting it redone.
Yeah, some things fade, but the process of getting it is very similar. So so again, we do our best with land use category definitions. You can name a number of things that, it's hard to capture it, but the process of getting it is the same, very similar, right? It's may not-
Hygiene-wise, everything.
Right,
yeah.
and making an appointment, and there's a needle and there's ink. The fact that it fades isn't necessarily the issue in the definition. It could be, but again, what is materially different about that activity from the other one in terms of a land use regulation? And that's what we would look to council's direction on.
So I guess what I'm hearing is from an operations perspective, it would be hard for you to go in and differentiate. And that's why it's like all or none kind of thing from just a monitoring perspective.
Yes, from a fairness, equity, and monitoring perspective, if I go into a shop and there's a needle and there's ink and there's a health department certificate, what is different to me from a land use perspective? What am I enforcing on? What is different for the eyebrow tattoo, the microblading, and the body art? It is very difficult to distinguish between the two, and there may be businesses that do both, all. And so I'm not saying it can't be done, but it would be very difficult.
You can just get the tattoos and tell us if it's the same.
I'm sorry?
I'm joking with you.
And so if council wanted to achieve something like a cap, right? Again, it would probably be our recommendation from staff's perspective that it encompasses all those businesses that operate similarly, right? So a personal service business. Because again, if you need an appointment, if you show up for your appointment, you're there for an hour to 2 to 3 hours, you pay and you leave. What is materially different about those types of businesses, right? And so we try and advise council the best we can to be content neutral when we're doing land use regulations, right? And regulate related to impact. So if we can say that there's a materially different impact between that body art business and a hair salon, that's fine. We make the findings and we move forward. But if you want to do a cap, again, we would look to council's direction on what's materially different about a body art business versus a salon in relationship to that cap. You can also maybe achieve a cap by just limiting the amount of districts that are downtown. So the market would essentially create the cap, right? You can grandfather existing businesses. And if you limit the amount of zones that this is allowed in the downtown specific plan, eventually it's the market that creates the cap because there's limited vacancies and all that.
Thank you. Thomas, would it be, how would it look legally if we wanted to distinguish between beauty salons that offer permanent makeup and tattoo parlors? This, obviously, the downtown specific plan occurred in 2005 before the permanent makeup came through as it is now. How does that look like?
Yeah, so I think, and just sort of tying what you've heard from Alexis to what I'm saying now, I think what we're saying is for that, it's looking to the definition in the municipal code. And so then it may be looking to, okay, well, how do we redefine that definition so that it actually can distinguish between these different businesses? Because otherwise, under the current definition, they look very much the same when they're performing those activities.
Is there a way for us to like redefine the municipal code?
Yes, you can do that. That would be an amendment to the municipal code through an ordinance.
To like redefine basically permanent makeup within the beauty industry versus tattoo parlors, because they're two different like types of businesses?
I guess from a, are you looking to do it in a specific area? Because I think for them, it's gonna be hard to come in and say, you're tattooing, but you're doing permanent makeup. That's like the tools are the same. So when you walk in, how do you differentiate? I think that's the hardest part. So then that goes back to, I say no, but you're okay with a place, right? You were saying second floor, whatever. So I think it'd have to be tattooing and makeup in the place you define.
I think that we create those two different categories and put a cap on both.
But she can't, the thing is our staff, when they walk in, they can't tell the difference.
But they know it's a beauty salon versus a tattoo parlor.
But you don't know if they're tattooing in the beauty salon.
But they actually have their certificates on the wall and they have to show that.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Vanessa, do the certificates that you guys get look the same? So even the certificates are the same?
But I mean, it's a beauty salon with that service. Like you would have to register it, right, with the city. Alexis, am I wrong?
How does that work?
For the beauty salon?
Yes.
In most zoning districts are permitted by right. So you just have your business tax certificate. If they perform permanent makeup, they need a Contra Costa Health permit. So, there's different layers of regulation. So they don't need a downtown, they're not permitted to do it. So if you're just opening a beauty salon, all you need is a BTC. So we do have beauty salons that are doing permanent makeup that have a Contra Costa Health permit, but we haven't technically permitted it as a city.
But we permitted the business as a whole because it's a beauty salon.
Correct.
Yeah.
But they don't go through planning, they just get a BTC
But
and
under
mark
that
off.
theory, what would stop a tattoo parlor for just saying I'm a beauty salon, and then I'm gonna tattoo in there like what's going on? So I think when you said personal services, what would be inclusive of a personal services? Would that be like real estate companies as well? Because you make an appointment and go in there, or would it be?
So there are ways to do this where you can come up with different definitions. So day spas, personal services, including hair salons, tattoo, permanent makeup. You have financial services, which aren't the same as personal service, right? So you can get definitions that are pretty precise. So so you could say a real estate office is similar to financial services, not a personal service on a hygiene level, right? So, and there's also ways to craft definitions where you can say something is a permitted use and something is only permitted if it's ancillary to the main use. That is a little more difficult to enforce, but that is common in zoning, right? So the primary purpose of the business isn't necessarily permanent makeup or tattoos. It could be ancillary. That's somewhat hard to enforce at times if people want to push the boundaries. But that can be done. But personal services can be defined in a way that it's just about things like salons, day spas, massage establishments, not massage that's licensed by the state, but, permanent makeup, tattoos, all those are personal services. It's not the same as a financial service or a legal service.
Then I would want to go down that road of just like to kind of wrap up discussion if we can, is to say, to make a municipal code definition of what personal services is the way Alexis defined it, that includes day spas, cosmetic, whatever, and even tattoo parlors, with a ban of the number of them in the downtown area of no more than, let's say, 8. I'm just throwing a number out there, out of the deepest crevice of my gut, or whatever number. I'm throwing a number out. You guys can amend that. But that would be my motion that I would.
So I will say, as the recommendation is currently written in the staff report, I would be a no. But looking at some of these other discussions, maybe we can get somewhere. But I would want to have the cap be on new businesses, not on existing. I think that's a little bit better control, especially if we're looking at permanent makeup that is operating legally. I would prefer putting a cap on new businesses.
So then I would reduce that number down to grandfather them in, and then no more than like 3 new businesses.
I think we need to figure out how many there is before we make a vote on grandfathering in. And then I guess the question goes back to tattoo shops. Do you want them on the first floor or the second floor?
Well, there was some recommendation in the staff report that I read that we should not. So I don't know why the staff report is inconsistent with something else. And that's what I wanted to know, that we shouldn't say anything about upstairs versus downstairs.
But other cities have it, so we can.
That don't mean they're doing it right.
Then they can
do a lot
so
of
we
stuff,
can go from there.
and it's not right. But what I'm saying is, I don't know if we can distinguish that. Just like it was discussion about CUPs.
I think we can, because other cities do it. So I think, because Faye brought it up, if she wants to do second floor, I think we can talk about second floor. Or, you brought up the map, right? Were you looking at certain areas of the map? What areas would you want tattooing allowed?
Like I wouldn't want any facing shops on Oak and First.
Do you want to say the red section? Because I think that's like
But you have Second and you have also part of Brentwood Boulevard, like that's facing out. I'm okay with those, and like, I would just say our main thorough would be like First and Oak.
I would say that I would like the whole red area if we can on second stories.
I don't know. I wouldn't have any issues with limiting or what Faye had said about Councilmember Maloney had said about businesses facing First Street and Oak Street. But when we go, let's just the whole red area.
But that's how our plan is written right now. They do it by colored areas.
I got it. Yeah. But so I think I'm ready to make a motion if
I
anybody
made a
wants
motion,
to.
and last time when I said something after somebody started making a motion, I was stopped and said somebody had already started one. So if that's a friendly amendment that not on First and Oak, facing First and Oak, then I'm happy to entertain that friendly amendment. But I think that I started off with a motion. I'd like to see it through.
Are we all done with discussion?
Well, I guess my question is, are we going to allow them on the street or just second floor?
And can we make that distinction?
Hold on. We're
I'm
getting
asking about an
away
amendment.
from what
So, because I don't want to say no, so I'm asking about an amendment.
Was she made a motion and
I think the discussion continued
continuing.
after the motion, and there wasn't an official, yes, that's my motion.
I'm
looking
sorry,
for a second.
I wasn't done talking, so.
Go ahead.
No, finish your question. I'll finish after.
I was just asking, she's saying legally we can't say second floor, but I don't know.
Your mic's not on.
So for any of these distinguished points, such as the floor, I mean, what I've heard before is I heard this economic driver argument, but one of the things you've heard from staff also is the idea that when you put all these ideas together, it would be good for staff to be able to bring them back and package them. And part of that is because the underlying rationale matters for what you do in terms of these floors. So one of the drivers for businesses being on the second floor might be what I heard before in terms of the volume of economics that are generated by business and that the way that fits into your plan. So it's the underlying support for all of these ideas that matters, and that may be why you're seeing certain cities where you're seeing, they say second floor, but the real discussion is what was it that was underlying that decision, and how does that tie to what the objectives of the city were downtown or whatever area they're in? How does that align with the overall public purpose? And so if you can find the right support for it, then you end up in a space where you can do something like saying a location, which is time, manner, and place, can be designated by the city.
So for me, the way that I'm looking at the map right now, the way that it's looking, the whole Oak Street and also the whole First Street, I wouldn't want anything facing those streets on there. And I don't want to just restrict it to the red area, Councilmember Mendoza, because First Street goes also into the blue. So you never know what changes into the blue, and that's still First Street up north. Or I guess that's east, sorry, on Oak. So I would want Oak Street and First Street, nothing facing. And if there is second stories in those areas that want to permit it, like it could be a part of our cap.
So you're okay with first and second story?
First, only on the non-Oak and First.
So so for example, I don't think we should have them on Second Street, right across from the park. I don't think we should have them there at all. And there's no second story, so you want them on Second Street?
I'm okay with Second Street and I'm okay with Brentwood Boulevard.
Yeah.
Because they both have red.
I'm okay with Brentwood Boulevard and Walnut. I'm not okay with anywhere around the park.
And then what I would want a CUP, because it's not fair to not have a CUP when everybody else in the city has one.
Yeah.
When you say everybody, are you saying everybody?
Every tattoo parlor.
Can you clarify that, Thomas? Or Alexis, yeah, either one.
So as far as the CUP, that is the common requirement in the other zoning districts and plan developments in the city. So if the council wanted a CUP, the follow-up questions for clarification I would have is that just for new businesses or those businesses that we've discussed who may already be licensed and doing tattoos downtown? Is that for all personal services or just for tattoos? Because that matters as well, sort of what Thomas was saying. What is the basis for that decision? What is the connection that we're making to potential impacts and other city policies? So CUP is what we do in other districts, but if we introduce it here, I would just have those implementation questions and things to be mindful of is who it applies to and when.
I would want it, current businesses to be grandfathered and anybody new applying for it. So that way it doesn't impact current businesses.
Are you talking about all tattoo parlors right now, even if they're doing it illegally?
I'm talking about the beauty shops.
So we're only talking about.
But that due to the permanent makeup.
Okay, I'm confused. So you want tattoo parlors everywhere except for Oak and First, and you want permanent makeup everywhere?
So the way that I'm understanding that I can't differentiate between beauty shops and tattoo parlors. So when we put that cap number until we change that municipal code or the language and differentiate it into personal service, we're not going to be able to differentiate that.
Okay, so what's the cap number that you were looking at?
I wouldn't want more than like 2 or 3. No more than 2.
No more than, I think no more than 2. And then here's my other question. So if someone already has a letter saying they're fine to do it, do they get the one?
They're grandfathered.
But that would be 1.
No, they're 2 plus them. Like whether it's a beauty that does makeup or a tattoo parlor.
And here's my other question. So we approve this today and a new council comes on board. They can reverse it and then do the same thing we did with tobacco, right?
That applies to any land use decision council made. It can makes.
Okay, so we've had a lot of discussion. I think there's potentially a motion and maybe some friendly amendments to it. Would you like to repeat your motion?
Mayor, I apologize. I was waiting to jump in. Just a question of clarification. So, because what I think I heard is multiple kind of steps here in terms of the work that we need to do to bring something back, or if there's additional analysis that needs to happen. So one of the things I heard early on in this or mid conversation was around this definition of these personal services. So is that, and maybe this will be part of the motion, I apologize if I'm stepping on that, but is there still a desire for us to look at the municipal code and make some distinguish between these various types of businesses? So whether it is the cosmetic versus what we would consider more of an artistic tattoo. And if that's the case, I wanted to raise that before we start talking about locations and caps, because I think that's going to be necessary for us to make sure that we're very clear in terms of how we go forward and implement the policy that you want. So I don't know if it's necessarily a prerequisite, but it's really important for me to understand, is that going to be something that is going to be a part of what your motion will entail?
And if I may clarify, if that is in the motion, I would want to clarify with the city attorney if it's best to have that definition changed and only exist in the specific plan versus the entire municipal code. We have so many planned development districts in the city, and we have so many sub areas with different commercial uses. It might be best to introduce those definitions to just a specific plan, but I'll defer to the city attorney. If that becomes part of the motion, it would matter whether the motion is to amend the municipal code or the specific plan.
So the definition we talked about before was the municipal code definition, and if that's the definition that we're seeking to change, then that's an ordinance, right? And so now we're sort of moving outside the scope of what we're doing now, but that also is probably good cause to say, okay, well, maybe we should continue what we're doing here with the direction that we get from you and make the adjustments so that we can make them simultaneously. So we get the direction in terms of, what we're supposed to do now with the specific plan, but then also actually for a separate ordinance. I guess you would do that during the future agenda items if you're going to make a separate ordinance request that's not related to this.
Thank you. So with that, do we have a motion?
Okay, I make a motion to modify the definition of personal services to include cosmetic services and tattoo parlors. And if staff can look back at the way that Alexis was adding on the businesses, not to include, I don't think, like hair salons, unless they provide cosmetic services. And approve amendment to the downtown specific plan to grandfather in current personal service vendors as the change definition will be, and cap any additional service providers to no more than 2 additional businesses, not to be forward facing on First and Oak Street.
Can I ask a question real quick? How are we going to, are we going to have a day where we accept applications and decide between, because I heard there's a bunch of people that want tattoo parlors. How are we going to decide? Because right now, we don't have any tattoo parlors that are legit.
Can
So
we
it'd
add
be
a
first come, first serve basis?
Can we add a friendly amendment to have a CUP?
Yeah, but to answer to answer your question, Alexis, would that be on like a first come, first serve?
Unless council directs otherwise, yes, it would just be first come, first served. And
when do you think you'd open when does that application going to be ready and when can people apply?
So to back up for a second, are they being required to get a CUP?
Yes.
Okay. So is the CUP going to apply to everyone downtown or just the new businesses?
New.
Well, I haven't put in my motion yet because I had a question to ask you. Are all tattoo parlors right now, is that accurate that every single tattoo parlor in the city of Brentwood has done a CUP? Because, and even the ones that we now know are tattoo parlors, but under the guise of beauty salons, they've done a CDP?
No, not downtown.
Okay.
And
So-
maybe not in other districts in the city either.
Okay.
Because folks have applied for licenses for the health department and have not necessarily
Informed
come to
the
the
city.
city asking
Gotcha.
whether that's permitted or not. So that's why I'm asking the question about the CUP because, and how we change the definition, whether it's just applies to the specific plan or the whole city, because there's going to be ripple effects to these changes, right? And so the CUP requirement, if it's only applying to new businesses downtown, I'm not sure if that, again, what is the basis for the differentiation between the new and the existing businesses, right? So we'd have to make findings why only a couple new businesses required the CUP and nobody else was required to get one, right? And then elsewhere in the city, they're already getting the CUP, and that's not going to change unless you change the municipal code in those individual plan development districts.
So for the 2 businesses that we're saying you want a CUP for those 2 businesses. So what is you said we need to make a compelling argument why we're doing that and not to the existing ones. Can you give a compelling argument for me to amend? I'm okay with an amendment, but I think we have to cover our behinds. What is your compelling argument?
Just kind of doing the research and listening to the other cities and how they've actually went forward with having those CUPs for each business is just, I feel like it's good practice and it's equitable with the rest of the city of Brentwood businesses and ours, just to make sure that we're not discriminatory, but biased.
No, I get that point. I'm saying what her question was, how do we differentiate between not requiring a CUP to existing businesses? How do we am I saying this right? How do we make the compelling argument that we're not forcing the current businesses versus the new business, and then we're good? But I need somebody to articulate that.
I would turn to Thomas for that.
I just left my light on, I didn't turn it on. So I think there may be a way to accomplish that. I would want to consult with the city attorney and maybe bring back that idea to council and how that might be accomplished, if that was council's direction, maybe to look into whether we can require CUP just for some businesses and not all. Because again, I'm coming back to it as a planner and a land use practitioner. If you amend the land use table or the requirements in specific plans, say these businesses need CUPs, but the exact same business does not, that's difficult to, to enforce and differentiate, right? So we would have to come at it from a different way. So there's ways to do deemed approved land uses where you can entitle existing businesses who aren't entitled today and then require everybody going forward needs a CUP.
I like that. That's good.
I'm looking at the Contra Costa County Health, and I looked up all of Brentwood. There is only one license for tattoos in downtown Brentwood. That is yours. That's it. There is no one else listed. So there is no other question of anyone else doing it, because if they're doing it illegally. And I don't think we should be looking at that. There's only one.
So I think what you just said was great. Could you repeat that? I thought that was really good because it would be. I'm sorry. Do you remember what you just said?
Probably not, but
that was good stuff because it was basically what I heard you saying was by right of way. I
yeah.
think.
So what I was saying is maybe it would be helpful if council's motion and vote broaden the CUP direction a little bit for staff. So if council's desire is for new businesses only to get a CUP, rather than directing us to implement that immediately, maybe directing us to look into whether that's legally defensible or whether there's other steps that we would need to take, such as there are sort of what I said is deemed approved CUPs, where you have a category of existing uses that weren't required to get CUPs, and a city changes its mind about those uses, and then you retroactively give those land uses a CUP. Okay, so it's often done for like liquor stores and tobacco stores, and things evolve.
What she said.
But I would want to talk to the city attorney. He's giving me a look. So I'd want to discuss that with the city attorney. So if you just direct us to do a CUP for just two businesses, my concern is that might be problematic. And if you let us expand that, we can bring back to you a more thorough analysis of whether that's allowed or not.
Okay, so my amendment, that stands with a friendly additional amendment to give staff the flexibility to look into the legality of a CUP as presented for new businesses. And yes, that's my motion.
Before we get a second or amendments or anything.
No, I was talking about Taryn.
She's talking about me. I do not understand. I was trying to understand. And my question is, are we amending? So per this motion, what I'm hearing is Alexis saying we need to report back to you. So I want to make sure that it's clear if that's what you're accepting, and we have a public hearing to amend the downtown specific plan, that's where things aren't congruent. I'm running into a little bit of issues with that, and just want to make sure I understand exactly what direction, because I think you're agreeing that it would be important for Alexis to return. So I just want to clarify that.
Part of that question would be, can we continue the first reading so that we can sort of sort all these details out and then come back to you?
I would ask that we do it as soon as possible, considering the comment that was just made about the turnover of a new council. So I would ask that this happen sooner than later. So I would not do a time uncertain. I would do a time like you guys giving us a date.
With all of that, though, is staff clear on what the motion intent is so that you can move forward?
I don't think it's been finalized yet, so I'm not 100% clear. But I think we could bring back an item with a new definition, if this is what the council's motion is, with a proposed new definition and where that would be housed, whether it's in the municipal code or the specific plan or both, with some analysis of whether a CUP, it's appropriate to apply a CUP only to future uses, and with an amended map showing where tattoos would be permitted, if that's part of the motion, if it's limited to certain streets and locations, and then what the cap might look like in the specific plan, that language. We could bring that back and maybe not crafted as a new ordinance because we would need council direction on whether or not they're okay with the CUP proposal. So we could probably bring a package like that back on, was it September 8th? Was that the date?
Yeah, I think if we were going to continue this to a date certain, that would be the date. However, I think from what we're hearing, there's enough substantive change that this may require renoticing. And so that date may be a little bit different. I still think we can probably do.
We're looking at it.
So I'm not going to provide council direction. My bright idea would be to bring back a discussion item with all of these direction that's in your motion fleshed out so you can actually see what it looks like. And then if you're okay, we could bring back an actual ordinance to adopt. That was my suggestion. But if council wants an actual ordinance, then we might need to push it to one more meeting so we can have time for legal and all that to review all this and craft the final.
Well, one more meeting dates. I heard September 8th. What will be the meeting after that?
The September 22nd would be the next meeting. So
following
if you're able to flesh out and have the ordinance have all the discussion so that we could bring back an ordinance that would fit what you're asking for,
I know.
then it would be either the September 22nd or October 13th, depending on noticing requirements because we'd have to renotice as a new first introduction and first reading of an ordinance.
What she said.
And so is the motion clear enough to staff, or can you go back and listen to the?
The first step is to determine if we want to bring it back as a discussion item on the 8th to confirm that everybody is in agreement with the direction that's been given tonight, and then follow that with at the following meeting or the soonest meeting thereafter for an introduction and first reading of the revised ordinance.
Okay, so I'll make a motion for staff time and attention to bring back by September 8th a modification to give us language for a modification of the definition of personal services in the municipal code, and for the approval of an amendment to the downtown specific plan that would grandfather in personal service vendors as defined by that newly defined ordinance, and place a cap on new service providers, personal service providers at 2, not to be facing on Oak Street and First, and to also give us language about the legality of requiring new vendors, new personal service vendors to have a CUP.
We're clear.
With the addition of, then we would have the first reading at the immediately following meeting if the council so moves in that direction. Or the public hearing.
Alexis, your light is on.
I think we're in line with your idea, Alexis. Come back with suggestions, discussion, and then follow that with a new introduction and first read.
Okay, so if the motion is clear to everyone, now do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition?
Nope.
Okay. It's going to be an interesting conversation. So the discussion will happen. I'd like to ask staff if there are any of our items that can be pushed out. We've got quite a few items still.
Well, there's people here for the econ, so we'll do that. And we got to do the winter market before that one.
Yeah.
Sorry, Madam Mayor. Yes.
Look who I'm talking to. Oh.
There are a couple items. I know our item, let me get back to it here. I think item G5 can be pushed out, correct? And then, can Teresa, G4 as well.
Okay, of course, there are probably ones that are very short, but will help a bit. Okay, and we can also push out for timing, I think we do. Yeah. Okay, so, moving into business items, item G1. Tien Nguyen, Recreation Manager, will present the next item regarding a 2026 winter market.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Tonight, staff is requesting direction from City Council in regards to a 2026 winter market as an economic development priority project. So my presentation tonight intends to provide some background information to this item, briefly touch on funding of this project through the Economic Development Grant Funds, knowing there's another related item to grant funds on tonight's agenda, present the ad hoc and staff recommendations for a 2026 winter market, including a la carte options, and present alternative options related to the winter market for City Council's consideration. So I'll go through some background about this item. Winter markets, also known as holiday markets, are festive, open-air street markets set up in town squares during the November-December season. These markets typically feature artisanal crafts, local delicacies, and hot drinks to help locals and visitors during the cold months. So this item was brought forward as a future agenda item requested by Mayor Meyer and Councilmember Mendoza. Following discussion of this item, an ad hoc committee was formed consisting of Councilmember Mendoza and Councilmember Maloney. The scope of that ad hoc was to form plans, budgets, timelines, and possible partnerships for 2026 winter market using current and future economic development grants. City staff met with that ad hoc on March 23rd, 2026. We shared some research about existing winter markets and operations. That's attachment 2 in the staff report. And we met again with the ad hoc June 9th, 2026. So a lot of information on this slide, so I'll try to break it down effectively and efficiently. So when we talked at that June 9th meeting, staff to present a number of options. The staff recommendation that the ad hoc is also recommending tonight consisted of a 2-day market. The budget for this item would be $60,000, and we believe we could accomplish this calendar year in 2026. The market would consist of holiday vendor marketplace, seasonal decor and lighting, live entertainment and performances, holiday music and singing groups, food vendors and downtown dining participation, craft stations and children's activities, family games and interactive activities, photo opportunities, community gathering spaces, and downtown business participation and promotions. To unify the market, staff intended to create facades similar to the one you see on this screen. On this picture, they'd be freestanding and potentially added to vendor pop-up tents or setups in the market. The facade would bring together the appearance of the vendors to match the city's winter theme, as well as allow city staff to modify with possible decorations, lights, and or other attachments. The cost that we estimated for the 2 days would include staffing, supplies, decorations, marketing, advertising, and other additional expenses for the city to host this event of this size. Currently, the recommended dates of the winter market would be December 5th and December 6th in downtown Brentwood. At the time, we didn't share specifically with the ad hoc, but we envisioned this at the 2nd Street city leased parking lot. At the time, we hadn't executed that agreement yet. So those were the things that we talked about for that 2-day market with using economic development grant funds as a priority project. We also presented some a la carte options to the ad hoc to consider. When we presented this to the ad hoc, we didn't have estimates at the time. We included in tonight's staff report. I wanted to go over them real quickly. But we mentioned that we can add additional components to the winter market in addition to that $60,000 that we're estimating it to be. That would include a family fun zone, snow hill. Tree lighting integration would be integrating an existing event that the city would host. That cost would be in addition to the funds that are already set aside for that event. And then integrating the existing Deck the Park program. Again, that's a city existing program. We would integrate that into that 2-day market. And this would be the additional estimate to do that over that 2 days. I did want to add a couple more pictures here. Again, we're imagining these facades being able to be added to vendors that come to the winter market, again, to unify the theme, but also to provide a space for us staff to decorate, because we wouldn't want to be in the business of poking holes or, adding things to personal property for the vendors. So I'll lightly touch on the fiscal impact, and as I mentioned, there is another agenda item for tonight for City Council's consideration. So the available fund balances for fiscal year 2026 and 2027 for economic development grant funds is roughly $277,000. City Council has already approved a list of priority projects back in April, so that's going to be 72,512 listed there. We placed a placeholder for the 60,000 that we're proposing for the winter market as another priority project. The other agenda item that y'all will be considering tonight is awarding competitive grant funds. That's the $124,900 mark placed there, and then an ending balance of roughly $19,963. I did want to note the draft resolution in the staff report tonight mentions the $60,000 for a two-day market. If City Council wants to consider or look at some a la carte options, that's not included in that $60,000. You potentially can make a motion or have that included to have that resolution updated tonight as well. Some other items that I thought was relevant and we included in the staff report were some other options and proposals we presented to the ad hoc committee. One of them was the original kind of concept proposal that was presented to council as a future agenda item, and we kind of fleshed out with that ad hoc. That would be an 18-day winter market, including daily operations, holiday vendor marketplace, seasonal entertainment, family activities, downtown business integration, expanded decor and lighting, snow play features, attractions, food and beverages, offerings and entertainment. City staff looked at this and did our best analysis and what we would kind of estimate that to cost out if we were to do that in-house and with all those components and features, ranging between $100,000 to $338,000. That's something that city staff wouldn't feasibly able to do this year in 2026, but can be something considered for future years. The other option that we looked at with the ad hoc was potentially utilizing consultants to look at some pieces of this. The first one would be to looking at a study and feasibility of what a winter market would look like in downtown Brentwood with similar parameters, 18-day market, all those other features. Two consultants we reached out gave us estimates between $12,500 to $25,000 for just a study and feasibility plan. That potentially can be done this year in 2026, but it does not include the actual execution and the expenses to actually perform or host, if you will, an event like that. So just specifically the study and feasibility of a winter market. So with that, we do have a staff recommendation for tonight to consider adopting a resolution to approve $60,000 in priority project category, in the priority projects category from economic development grant funds for the 2026 winter market. There are some alternatives that staff went over as well in the staff report. One of them being not approving the ad hoc committee or staff's recommendation and possibly pursuing utilizing consultants. As mentioned, if city chooses to utilize consultants, the scope of service would be to conduct a feasibility study, develop a plan for a winter market. This potentially can be done this calendar year in 2026, but not to actually execute the plan itself in 2026. Another alternative option would be to modify staff recommendation by adding or subtracting components within the recommendations, such as the a la carte options. Items such as the family fun zone and snow play area will have additional costs associated with integration, as well as the integration of existing city events. This path also can be considered with the change to tonight's resolution for approval of funds, again, depending on direction from City Council tonight. The last option that we kind of laid out as an alternative would be to continue this item with direction from staff to return with additional information. Due to the timing of tonight's staff report and how quickly the end of the calendar year is coming, this would impact staff's ability to accomplish something this 2026 year. That's where staff would strongly recommend that we don't change the annual programming for this year and we don't make any changes and we move forward with the existing program as it exists. With that, that concludes my staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Dean. Any questions? I actually have one, and this is around the budget and the structures, basically. These would be city-owned structures?
So the facade is kind of what I'm referring to, and that's why I wanted to try to use those visuals. Those would be city-owned. What we would do is we would build them, create them, and then store them when not in use, so that for future years we can pull them out and use. We want to make sure that part of the idea was to make that uniform look for a lot of the winter markets we've seen, but also to make the modifications, to add the decorations, the lighting, the components to really make it a more festival environment without tampering or changing personal property from the vendors.
And I definitely support that. My question was just going to lead to, does that mean in future years there would be slightly less of a budget ask because that part's already done?
Yeah. So I appreciate that question, Mayor. I think we wanted to be intentional. We talked a little bit with the ad hoc of, this is kind of potentially a pilot year. We don't want to just put all of our funds in a 1 year, kind of a one-off. We want to be intentional that the items and equipment we're purchasing would be able to use for future winter markets or for other events or other uses.
Okay, thank you.
So we're trying to be sustainable in that, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
I did have a question. I just want to clarify the a la carte options included in the estimate, but is it included in the 60,000 estimate? Are these in addition and over the 60,000?
Yeah, so thank you, Vice Mayor. So I did want to clarify. So the 60,000 is the 2-day market. The a la carte options would be in addition to that $60,000. And I apologize because it is a little confusing when I try to write it. The snow play option, the family fun zone options, those are additional costs. The two existing events, Deck the Park and the tree lighting, we have separate funding for that. So we host that on an annual basis. But to integrate it into this 2-day market, there's a little bit of additional cost that we wanted to be transparent about.
Okay, and then sure would have been nice if one of those services was an ice skating rink. But anyway, I'll also add, is it possible to, did the committee talk about regulating the applicants for who are going to provide services? And like how we make sure like there's diversity and continuity and like different, like, is it on a first come, first served basis, or what would be the criteria? Did the committee come up with that?
Thank you for that, Vice Mayor. Some of the conversations we had with the ad hoc was we wanted to be really intentional of casting a wide net, but having some kind of specific regulations. One of the big things that we heard was we wanted to have activation with the downtown businesses. We wanted to make sure that they had, for lack of better terms, kind of first shot or kind of first ability to do it. So we wanted to make that as a criteria. We also wanted to make sure that we weren't just duplicating the vendor. So, what kind of limitations we would, so that we wouldn't have all food or, all drinks or, all vendors doing the same craft. So we wanted to be specific in that call, but we wanted to cast it out wide so that we were not only activating the downtown businesses, but also providing a diverse group of offerings for people to want to come and visit that market. I think the other piece with that was not just the market, but having those activations as well. So again, we kind of go back to having activations with the 2 days that you can bring the whole family down for, whether someone wants to shop or, the kids want to play, or people want to go venture downtown and spend their money at the businesses. We wanted it to be a bigger footprint for the winter market vision.
This is my last question. I'm assuming because it's a more family focused, we wouldn't, like the typical European winter markets, we wouldn't have the addition of the alcohol in the public spaces, like how they have Glühwein and other mulled wines and spiced wines during the European winter markets.
Yeah, so I know we had some conversations about that. One of the things that we talked about with the integration of the downtown businesses, that they do already have the ability to serve alcohol and those type of beverages. So that's why, again, expanding that footprint past that 2nd Street parking lot and really integrating that downtown, I think it hits a lot of those notes. I do know that, one of the things we saw was, hot drinks, whether that's, and the implication being that, non-alcoholic ones included in that. We did want to have a diverse offering with our food and beverages for people to come downtown. So hopefully that answered your question, Vice Mayor. But if not, please let me know.
One other thing that Faye and I mentioned is we wanted quality items. So like, you go to these things and you see like tumblers, but like we just want to see high quality items. We wanted to really differentiate from other things that you've seen in town.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we can move into public comments.
At this time, members of the public are permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand in Zoom or file a speaker card. I do have one speaker card in person, actually two, I'm sorry. First speaker I have is Lena.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak to you tonight. My name is Lena Balaji, and I'm a small business owner in our downtown area, or as I like to call it, the true heart of Brentwood. I would like to encourage the city and support the creation of a holiday market and to host it in our downtown area. Events like this do much more than celebrate the holiday season. They bring people together, create a sense of community, and provide a significant boost to local businesses. A holiday market encourages residents and visitors to spend the time downtown, to shop locally, to dine in our downtown restaurants, and discover businesses they may not have visited before. Increased foot traffic benefits not only the retailers, but also coffee shops, restaurants, service businesses, and the many people they employ. Beyond the economic impact, a holiday market creates lasting memories for families. It gives our community a festive gathering place and helps establish our downtown as a destination during the holiday season. These kinds of traditions encourage people to return year after year and strengthen community pride. Investing in a downtown holiday market is an investment in our local economy, our small businesses, and the vitality of our city. I hope you will consider supporting this opportunity and helping make our downtown the heart of the holiday season. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next speaker I have is Tom.
Good evening, everybody. So I think the Christmas market's a good idea. I think utilizing that parking lot for some festive activity during the holidays and throughout the rest of the year is a good idea. The parking lot, the city's renting it. I don't understand why it's not available all year for the businesses downtown to benefit from excess parking, being the tax dollars are paying for the rent, I believe. I know cities it's expensive for the city to do anything compared to a normal person. So $60,000 to me seems crazy for what I think is going to end up being for the amount of equipment and stuff that's going to be built for it. What if it rains that weekend? So there's no tent. Like, I've been in the event business in downtown Brentwood for 28 years. Guaranteed I've been in more events than anybody in the building. So you need to think about coverage because the whole thing could go south if it rains on you. High winds too. You can actually put walls on the tent. I'm not saying get it from me. I may not be in business by then. Hopefully it's sold. But I'm just suggesting that it's a good idea to put a big tent up. And you can still do the pop-ups inside, right? You can still delineate the spaces and make it cute. But I recommend a big tent. It's a little bit of competition during the best shopping season of the year for some of these local businesses, but if they're good with it, it's a draw. It's another draw, so I think it's good. Again, I think that in the whole scope of the things, I'd love to see the city open up that parking lot so that the community could use it for the rest of the year and not just these 4 or 5 events. And when we think about the prolonging this Christmas event, hopefully it's great. Something to think about is the lease on that lot, I believe, is 2 years. And at the end of 2 years, that lot's, my understanding, they're going to try and build on it. So you're looking at that piece of real estate maybe for 2 years. So whatever you build and store, you may have to find somewhere else to do it after that. Just hindsight, something to think about. Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Stephanie.
Oh, it's late. Past my bedtime. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the work that staff and the ad hoc committee have put into developing this recommendation. As previously stated, a winter market has the potential to bring lots of people downtown. It supports our local businesses and helps to create another opportunity for our community to come together and gather. I have one question before the council takes action. The staff report notes that the first year will help inform the market's future. If the council approves the recommendation, how will the city define and measure success? How will the city, beyond attendance, will the evaluation include impacts on existing downtown businesses? We talked about vendor participation. We think about retention. How are we going to get community feedback? We think about performance and some of the things that the previous speaker noted in terms of weathers and things of that nature from an operations standpoint. I'm pretty interested in that as well. And then financial sustainability of this winter market. I feel like establishing these types of measures from the outset will give the council a clear framework for evaluating the program, making essential improvements, and determining how it should evolve in future years. So, thank you.
I have no additional speakers in chamber. I have one hand raised in Zoom. Rod, go ahead.
Thank you, Amanda. Kind of building on what Stephanie just said, interestingly, when this winter market was first proposed, I looked at a lot of videos and newspaper sources looking at different winter markets that are going on. I appreciated that a couple council members went to Europe to look at the big, impressive markets they have there, but I was wanting to see what people are doing around California. And Walnut Creek has some pretty good booths that look very practical. Cambria, in particular, has a really excellent Christmas market that I saw in a video by a photographer who goes around and does things that are interesting. And I think what I took from that is that Cambria is a small town like us, and they built it up over a long time. They started small, and it was just a community thing, and it grew and it grew. And now they've got like trains and all kinds of, like a little kids train that small people can ride and all kinds of things. And my suggestion would be to going into this, to look at this as something that will be built up over a multi-year time span, and just get the basics, do the little 2-day thing, get what you need to provide the infrastructure maybe this year. And then next year, start looking at the more ambitious projects. A snow mound, not sure I like that so much, but things like that would be more expensive, but just add them in over time, make it longer over time. Plan for a future where it can grow, but it doesn't have to be big and impressive right away. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Moving into discussion. Who would like to speak?
I like the idea of the tree lighting and the trees in the park. I think that's a good one. And then we'll see how those goes. And then can we take those additional funds also from the economic development grant monies?
So,
Because there's 19,000.
absolutely. I would say that 19,000 is contingent upon your next item, but certainly any unallocated amounts you could certainly allocate to the priority project.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. So you don't have to do that tonight. You can also do that at mid-year, so you could do it later as well.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say that I really appreciated staff's time and effort with doing the ad hoc committee with myself and Councilmember Mendoza. We're really excited about what this will bring to downtown Brentwood and the businesses and our communities. So thank you very much on all your hard work.
I love this, as you know. I was very excited about this idea from the beginning. I will say, we talked a little bit about making sure that we're not competing with the Streets of Brentwood holiday events that are similar in any way. So I think that's still important to do. I actually really loved the idea of the souvenir mug. I know that sounds kind of silly, but I could see it. Like I was talking to staff earlier about after the July 4th event, how many people asked me about buying that t-shirt. They wanted a souvenir of the event, and they absolutely loved the idea of buying the t-shirt. So I think if we're able to come up with a souvenir mug, I think that would be really fun and something that would be a collectible, of course, year after year. Also would like to make sure that we're, and I think this was already alluded to by Councilmember Mendoza, not duplicating or competing with the Makers Market. And I definitely like the idea of a vetting process to make sure that any vendors that come in really understand the vision. if there is anything that can be done as far as live artisan demonstrations like glass blowing or painting, whatever, I think that would be beautiful. I guess, let's see. I want to make sure we've talked about integrating downtown businesses, and I think that I love the idea about the any kind of alcohol sales, for example, coming through that direction. But I just want to make sure that as we're looking at how to integrate, that we're looking at businesses that are not right near City Park, that we're looking at businesses that are, say, over on Chestnut or other parts of the city that don't, other parts of downtown, I should say, that don't get as much attention. So if there's some way to bring those in as well, so that the benefit is more downtown citywide instead of just at that one section. And I think that's it. I totally agree with the idea of the conservative approach in the first year. I don't know if there was any responses to any of the comments that we've heard this evening. But in other words, I fully support this. I don't know if there was anything else that came up, if anything popped up to staff from the public comments.
If I can just add one comment, Mayor, staff had, during the ad hoc committee, they informed us that they had basically scheduled all of these different events in coordination with Streets of Brentwood. So that way we're not conflicting. And they're also staggering some of the events that do happen on the holiday parade. So that way we're not having so many different compacted events happening in the same weekend. So we can bring a lot more foot traffic to downtown.
Perfect. Thank you.
I think when this item initially came up on council, I made a really flippant comment about not being the shopping guy, but it sounds like a good idea. But it's sounding even better now. It's growing. I'm really getting behind this and could support this. And I do agree with the last caller that starting off small isn't a bad thing, and allowing the whole process to grow. And can this grow to Chestnut, and can it grow outside of the downtown? May be a really interesting way of moving this forward in future years. So I can't support it enough. Thanks.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
All right, thank you. I love the idea of the winter markets. I'm so grateful I had the opportunity to go to see a European. I actually agree with the souvenir mug. For Juneteenth, everybody has for 3 years wanted the Juneteenth T-shirt. We haven't sold it because it distinguishes staff from the public, but we need to find a way to distinguish because people want it and we can monetize it. Not that that's the intent, but I still have my souvenir mugs from different countries, and they're one of my favorite things to look at when I come home or to drink out of them. I just remember it takes me back to time. So I think that would be a great deal. I like this idea, and I like that we're calling it a winter market and not specific to like Christmas or a specific cultural, religious connection. Even though I have no issues with the religious connections, but I think it's more inclusive if we make it more of a winter market for all of our residents. And I like the idea that we're going to see something a little different. That's why I was asking, how do we allow the process? Because I know when we do other events and concerts and we have vendors, we're like, oh, we got to be careful about how we bring the applicants in. We just got to let everybody, if they want to come, they can come. So I am interested in finding out how we're going to do that process. I really like the question Stephanie asked, and I would like to get an answer because it'd be nice to see how do we measure our success. I mean, it'd be difficult after the first year because we are playing it small, but I think it would be nice to have a matrix on how we're measuring it to see how successful it is. But to me, this is what in the, you'll see on the next item, what Lud talked about was putting our grant money towards things that actually drive economic development. And so I think this is spot on. It'll bring new and diverse businesses. And also what we've seen from events like the 4th of July and Juneteenth is that now we have more people patronizing the storefronts. So I'm excited. I can't wait. I'm gonna tell y'all, let's go for it now. I'm ready to see it this year. I don't want to wait, but I'm also impatient. So wait, I thought you just said we're gonna start off slow.
This year.
This year start off slow.
Well, slow's still going to happen.
But I'm saying let's go take the training wheels off and start off fast, is what I'm saying. Yes, I know we're doing it this year, but I'm like, let's do it different. So anyway, I'm excited, you guys, and thank you for being willing to bring it forward. And also thank you for your willingness to serve on the ad hoc committee, and thank you to the staff.
Thank you. I'm ready to make a motion. I move to provide the following direction to staff to go with staff's recommendation into the option that goes over the 60,000. And Councilmember Mendoza, what were your items that you wanted to
The
add?
tree lighting and the trees and the deck the park integration.
Deck the park integration as well as the tree lighting. And if we can have that extra money taken out of the economic development fund as well.
Yeah, and I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion
And,
passes with glee.
Real quick, when it comes to the metrics, I think we can partner with the DBC to get metrics, and then you guys also monitor the traffic already.
Yeah, so I apologize. I believe that's Vice Mayor's question. I was so excited about the motion. So we do a couple things when we have our special events. So maybe I'll speak broadly. We do use Placer AI to kind of see what our foot traffic looks like. We also work with DBC, and we get some information from them, what some of their sales look like, what traffic looks like. The other kind of things that we use specifically for Juneteenth, because that's been a really good community event that we've had in the past, is we also look at what applications look like over the years. Like, are we getting increased vendors? Are we getting increased community participants? Are we getting more inquiries? What do our hits look like online? So what does the traffic or engagement look like for our advertising and postings? So we use a lot of this different data sets to kind of gauge and see where we're at. For more established events such as Concert in the Parks, we always kind of look and see how many bands or how many entertainers apply on a yearly basis. So we do have different metrics we use to try to identify where our successes are. And it's not just specifically sometimes, number of people who show up or, how many dollars are spent. So we do have a kind of a range of those things that we try to look at to help us see what direction we're moving.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Terrence? We were talking about skipping G3 and G4, correct? Sorry, G4 and G5.
Correct.
And you wanted to keep G3, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then with that, we're going to take a short break. Just about to get started. Is everyone ready?
What motion do you need to have done?
We are going to need a motion for pushing out items G4 and G5 to the next certain, like to when?
Postpone to whatever the date certain is. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to postpone items G4 and G5. Are we also postponing J1 or are we hearing J1 tonight? That's up to you guys.
Which one's J1?
That's your.
The future agenda item. I think because it's a short, it's not the full discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the full discussion.
So, J4, J5 to a date certain. I'm sorry, thank you. I'm so sleepy.
The 11th?
Yeah,
August.
August 11th.
Okay, thank you, to August 11th.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those items are postponed. Okay, moving into item G2. I am thrilled to announce that Amy Tilley, Senior Management Analyst, will present the next item regarding the 2026-27 Economic Development Grant Program.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Amy Tilley, as you mentioned. I will be introducing item G2, the proposed funding awards for fiscal year 2026-2027 Economic Development Grant Program. Tonight, the City Council is being asked to consider and approve recommended competitive grant funding totaling $124,900 for the upcoming fiscal year. These recommendations come after a full application cycle that ran from April 13th to April 30th, during which staff conducted extensive community outreach and hosted applicant workshops, and they received 19 applications totaling $310,910 in funding requests. As outlined in the staff report, the Economic Development Grant Program, it's funded through a voter-approved business tax certificate ordinance, which sets aside 20% of the business license tax revenue for economic development purposes. Land Use Development Committee reviewed the applications on July 20th and provided the formal funding recommendations presented to you in this evening. These recommendations.
Amy, sorry, real quick.
Yeah.
Did you want to change your slide?
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, you know what? I haven't got to my presentation yet. Oh, I'm just talking too much. I'm sorry. I'm almost there. No, you're right. It's okay. I'm almost there. So I'm going to provide you a brief presentation summarizing the program background and application process. And I'm available for any questions afterwards. So we'll just skip on through the slides here. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so as I mentioned, the business tax certificate ordinance sets this aside. This is just for anyone in the audience who wants to know. Since 2004, economic development programs awarded over $3 million. Here is the timeline, just for your information, on when the window was announced, when staff led the workshop, and then what the deadline was to submit the applications. And then on the 20th, LUD went ahead and reviewed those, and those recommendations are available this evening. As a reminder, we have our priority projects set forth here. And then now, in addition, we have some direction that we'll be working on for the winter market. And in your staff report, you guys have the recommendations from LUD in there. And just to reiterate, there was 19 applications, and the recommended funding is $124,900. And I'm definitely available to answer any questions related to any specific grants or applications that you have this evening. And following this meeting, we'll go ahead and notify any applicants of the final grant award amounts. So with that.
Thank you, Amy. Any questions?
Can we just keep the slide on all the grants that were awarded, please?
I was going to say the same thing, that when we get to that discussion, maybe you could expand it to the full screen.
Yes, I have another worksheet too, which is similar to the LUD one, where it kind of has them all up on one screen. I think, do you mean this screen where there's they're onto two different slides?
Do we have one with like all the grants? Okay.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, let me pull.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we can move into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in council chamber, please fill a speaker card. Your timer is limited to 2 minutes per person. If you speak on items not on this agenda item, your microphone will be muted. First speaker I have is Kristen.
Not me again. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and city members. My name is Kristen Mingus, Executive Director of the Downtown Brentwood Coalition. Thank you for your time and your consideration of this year's economic grant applications. As a nonprofit, the Downtown Brentwood Coalition hosts, produces, and supports more than a dozen events each year. Tonight, we are only asking for support for 2 of them, Oktoberfest and Santa in the Park. We are currently in discussions about renaming Santa in the Park to a more inclusive name, while also expanding the event to bring even more families into historic downtown Brentwood, giving more support to our local businesses during the holiday season. Last year's Santa in the Park welcomed approximately 800 families over just 2 nights. This year, we're hoping to extend it, hopefully welcoming more families to shop, dine, enjoy free holiday activities, and create lasting memories in historic downtown Brentwood. Oktoberfest is now in its 16th year and has become one of Brentwood's signature events. It welcomes thousands of attendees, over 200 volunteers, and 12 local nonprofits. Downtown businesses reported sales increase of 20 to 50% over a typical Saturday, with some doubling or even tripling in their normal sales. It is a proven economic driver for our downtown. Together, these events strengthen our local economy, support our nonprofits and youth organizations, and help make historic downtown Brentwood a vibrant destination for our entire community. Thank you for your consideration and your continued investment and support in historic downtown Brentwood. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker cards. I have 1 additional speaker card. You can fill it after if you'd like.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council, city staff. I swear, every time I come here and I say I'm not going to speak, I end up coming up here. My name is Adam Martinez. I'm a Brentwood resident. I'm a business owner. That's what I came here to tonight in regards to tonight. I haven't seen the amounts. I haven't seen anything, but as past president of the Chamber of Commerce, I know some of you guys know me as just Chamber of Commerce. I'm much more than that. But I just want to say thank you for allowing the Chamber to do what they do and support local businesses. And the grant money goes a long ways in helping for the 5 events that the Chamber does. And we're very grateful for those monies. Thank you.
I have no additional speakers at this time.
Thank you, Amanda. Moving into discussion, who'd like to go first?
Can we get that sheet on, please?
Yes, would you take a look at this one, Councilmember Maloney, see if this is the right one that I have up? Is this like the one you're thinking with the list and the recommended funding? Does that one look like the one you're looking for?
I believe so.
Okay.
If we could just make it bigger, I don't know if you can.
I will try. Oh. Okay, that might be too big. I see. Okay. Oh, I understand. No, that's not good. Oh, okay, let's try this guy. Okay. Okay, well, we can see it all on one screen here. I don't know, is that helpful?
That's fine. Thank you. I did have a question about the artisan peacock market. So they asked for 5,000, you guys granted 4,000. I was just kind of wondering about the thought process behind not giving them the whole money, because they're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4. They've had, I wanna say in March, June, July, August, and September and 10th, they're having all these events. So I'm kind of curious what the thought process on not giving them the full 5, because they're bringing obviously different foot traffic to streets of Brentwood.
Well, they don't have to pay for the center cal space that's given to them, and they're charging $175 a booth.
I see. So that was your thought
Yeah.
process. Okay. Thank you.
Couple questions about, sorry. The Hometown Heroes event. And that along with, because I think I'm going to try and tie them both together, the turkey trot. Looking at all the funding, looking at where a majority of these events occur, I think we have to start, I would like to start venturing out, broadening the scope of these events to other areas other than just the downtown. We have several other small malls, however you want to call them, the Starbucks Mall down at the end of Brentwood Boulevard, the streets of Brentwood. We've talked about trying to move them into, or some of the events into Veterans Park, and we always end up right back down in the downtown. And I know this sounds weird from a District 4 guy that runs the downtown, that it's my district, but I think we have to start, if the true purpose of these monies are to develop and broaden economic development within the city of Brentwood, I think we should look at all of the city of Brentwood and economic development in all of those areas throughout the city.
I think when we did it at LUD, we weren't really focusing on the location, it was on the applicants. And so, like, also going back to Artesian Peacock, I asked the question, are they charging? But also there's another vendor in that location, at the other location, Chill Coffee and Tea, who's getting 4,000 as well, who bring a lot of vendors. But it was the charging of people, of different vendors. But to your point, I think the Father's Day tournament is in a different location. The Chill Tea and Coffee is in a different location. Asukar is in a different location. The Artesian Peacock is in a different location. So, and then if you can go down a little bit, I think those were and I don't know where the Ventry is going to be, but I think all of those, well, that's an initiative, but all of those is kind of spread out, but we got the applications where they land. So if we have more people who were in different locations, I think we can encourage them. But the reason for you brought up the Turkey Trot and the Hometown Heroes, we discussed the true intention of the grant was for economic development. And we don't know that the Turkey Trot really produces real economic development the way that a lot of these other ones were. So we've supported the school district. We talked about, we even had a member of the school board here, how much we want to support our schools, but really the whole goal would be economic development. So that's why we eliminated for the first time this year. The same with the Hometown Heroes. When you looked at the actual spell out, a great event, amazing grant that we should try to support. But through this grant process, It just didn't seem like it was. I've seen in going through this process with like and we've had these organizations that we've just done by way of, we did it, so let's keep supporting them. But if we really truly looked at it, it's not really in the true intent of the grant. So I am happy that we did increase to some more, but I think we were also trying to be extremely fair about how we passed along funds.
Can I share my screen really, really quick? Is that okay? One of the things that we looked at was the cost of acquisition. Oh, that one's still, okay. And like, what do we really, how much are we spending per warm body that we're getting at these events? So this is the allocation that we allocated, and then we have attendance from the May 12th meeting that staff gave us all of the attendance at the events. So then what we, like, based on their ask, based on the recommendation and the final allocation, we figured out what's the cost of acquisition per person that that event is bringing in. And it was really eye-opening. So for example, the best cost of allocation is Hometown Halloween. They hit it out of the park. It is $1 per person, followed by the holiday parade, which was $1.30 per person. So awesome events. And then like movies in the park, $1.60. The concert series, $3.20. So then we were looking at those kind of things and what is our return on investment? And so that's kind of how we went through it this time, because we really needed to kind of, and correct me if I'm misspeaking, we wanted to kind of ground it on, is this really an economic development? Is it really bringing in people that are helping our downtown businesses? So that's how we ended up. And so that was kind of some of the math that we did on that, is the dollars per what is bringing in. And Hometown Heroes, we had heard that it's a great event, but there's no economic development at all when it comes to that event from people who attended.
Okay, and I didn't intend to insinuate you were unfair in any way. If I did, I apologize.
No.
That I just want to understand everything. And I know what Ventry is, but what is the event? What is the?
It's not an event. It's helping them start this app. So we as a city don't announce all of our events. We don't have anywhere where we do that. There's really not a place where people can go and find all of their events. So I think trying it a year, seeing how it goes, seeing what their downloads look like, seeing what their searches look like, is it helping bring warm bodies downtown? And the funny thing is, I was at an event on Saturday night in Antioch, and a woman came up to me and she's like, we don't have cultural events in Brentwood. She lives in Brentwood. I'm like, well, we do. We have Juneteenth. We just had that. We have Multicultural Festival, Lunar New Year, La Gran Fiesta, and Day of the Dead. And she's like, I didn't know about it. And I said, you should download this Ventry app. And another woman piped in. She's like, yeah, get the app. It'll tell you everything that's going downtown. So and we've tried other apps before. I mean, we've tried stuff. So my prayer on this one is that it helps us drive traffic to Brentwood. And there's nothing else to it. There's no political stuff on it. There's no editorial stuff on it. It's simply what is going on in Brentwood, and let's get them downtown. So that's kind of like a try and see how it goes for me.
And my understanding is that they also have all of Brentwood businesses. It's not necessarily just focused on downtown. Yes. And they're going to be adding also like the wineries and the U-Pick and the farms and adding all that activity as well. So
the one thing that I thought was cool, staff was saying, in addition, not so that we're not just given an economic development grant, maybe we can look at how we can partner with Ventry to make them a potential vendor. So I think it's room for growth, but I think for a startup perspective, just because they can drive more traffic, it makes sense for economic development. So, but I really like that perspective as us thinking outside of the box. Because our goal is, well, what I've understood our goal, I don't speak for the council. What I understood our goal with this grant is to, and other grants that we've given, like even the DBC one, was that not that the organizations will become dependent on us. And so I think this is great to help Ventry go like this, but then it would be great to figure out how we can partner with them as they continue to climb. But I think the app is great, and that's why I voted that way. One of the things that we did have a little disagreement about was, I appreciate the math that she calculated, But sometimes I think certain events are worth the higher per head count. For example, I didn't think that the expo was a bad idea to keep around, so we reduced the funds for the expo. We increased in other areas where the chamber does good work at, but we reduced it based on her findings. But I've seen that, to me, economic development doesn't just look like dollars that people are making in Rainier City, but also I like that the fact that the expo helps find jobs and resources. And so that's why that was my vote, that we continue to keep some of the resources there to see what happens. I've actually seen people get jobs at that expo. I actually hired someone from that expo a couple of years back who turned out to be a pretty good staff member for a year. So I'm grateful for it and what it can potentially do for our city.
So can we bring that slide back up, please? Councilmember Orlemus, did you have other comments?
I'm sorry, when I initially read or looked over the item, and I was looking at all the funding, and I was like, yeah, I didn't know what Ventry was, I didn't know what event they were putting on. I have the app, and I use the app. I know exactly who they are, I know exactly what they do. My initial response was, I thought this was to put on events and bring people into the town, bring people into town for events. And then I actually went back and read the entire guidelines of the city manager. I'm trying to find where it exactly reads: for advertisement for the city of Brentwood, organizations including the city of Brentwood. So it's all about advertising for the city of Brentwood, and it kind of made a lot more sense to me. If we pile that on top of, we pay for ads at the Brentwood Press, and we pay for ads in other spaces, should that also be coming out of this fund? Could we, is it possible that we set aside, I don't know, $5,000 out of this fund that we're not going to use anyway to pay for ads that are advertising events and businesses in the city of Brentwood, rather than taking it out of general fund money?
I don't think that's a bad idea. However, when you look to the press, we also have legal notices we have to use from them. So I think that would come out of a different bucket that we would have to utilize. But I mean, we also use, what is it, Better in Brentwood?
Right.
Yeah, so I don't think that's a bad question to ask, considering that I don't think we all knew that you could do it this way. So good question, but I would say when you look at the press, it's other things, that nuances that we spend in addition to marketing, or for some other papers that we may, I don't want to specifically talk about that one, but other places we market may be for like legal notices or other required notices that we have. So that would be a little bit different than marketing.
Absolutely.
Are you finished? Okay. I wanted to mention too that this is not the first time we've funded something that wasn't specifically an event. We did when I was on LUD years ago, if I remember right, we did it was a chamber directory, and then decided that that wasn't worth the money of investment for the purpose of economic development. So it's not the first time that we've kind of looked into something like this. And I don't see it as being the same as advertising, because this is not us advertising whatever it is, like an event for Brentwood. This is helping a business that's helping businesses. That's a little late for me to be making sense. I don't know if that makes sense or not. So I loved the idea of Ventry getting some support here. I will say I watched the meeting, and I, having served on LUD, really appreciated how hard it was to hone in on the things that, even though they're very special for the city, that didn't quite fit the criteria. So I know that had to have been hard, and I appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to say, though, is I really would like to look at the Santa thing, given like what Kristen was talking about with the impacts of it, the economic impacts of it. I'm wondering if we can increase that a little bit, because I didn't agree with it being a religious focus. I think most people, and this is either fortunate or unfortunate, depending on how you look at it, don't see Santa as a religious figure at all. They see a holiday figure, or just a fun person to bring presents. So I wondered if we could open up that discussion a little bit to see if we can increase that amount a bit, considering the reach that it's got.
It's funny because I understand what people say about Santa. I just don't see Santa, and I'm Catholic. I celebrate Christmas. I equate it to when I went to Ireland with a girlfriend and we were walking around St. Patrick's Cathedral, and she looks at me and she goes, "Oh my God, this is St. Patrick, like St. Patrick's Day." And I said, yes, right? Like, so we have St. Patrick's Day, we have Valentine's Day, we have Santa Claus. Those are all saints, but we don't think of them as saints. So I don't mind the Santa in the park because I think even, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that non-Christians talk about Santa as well, but maybe I'm wrong. But if you don't call it Santa in the park, but you only have Santa there to take pictures, then what? I just think that's, I don't know, it's a little weird. So I don't know. I'm fine with Santa in the park. I don't mind it.
I don't think I was saying I wasn't fine with Santa in the park. I was just trying to make sure we're inclusive, and there are religions that don't do Santa and don't do Christmas and don't do those other holidays. That being said, the reason for the $7,000 was just not for that. It's also and this is no jab at the DVC because I'm supporting all the things. We fund their executive director. We also have funding here that we do the, what is it, 44,000, 44,000, and we went to the full amount. Love recommended 39, we went 44,000 that I agree with. But we are looking for organizations to be self-sustaining, which is what we've said before. So, and we also have our own, I think Councilmember Mendoza just said, can we use the additional money towards our own winter markets? And so while I'm supportive of it, I don't think that we need to fully fund everything. And I say that gingerly because I appreciate everything that they do, the same way I appreciate what the Chamber does, what the Lions does, what Rotarians do. I appreciate you all, but I'm also being realistic about us having organizations that become self-sustaining, and so that's my piece.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get that. I think it's had 1 year, and I know that there were, if I'm remembering right from the presentation, there were people that were turned away because there weren't enough slots available. So they were trying to expand it to increase both economic development for that particular time frame in December, and also for the sake of making sure that families were served. And I wasn't thinking of the entire full amount. I was just more looking at like the staff recommendation. And I don't know if it can be, looking at the cost for 2 evenings, which was $7,600. And I don't know what other costs are outside of that. I just wanted to make sure it was going to be feasible for them to do that, if they could still do 2 nights with just that, with what was funded.
Did they do it last year with no funding?
Doesn't matter.
I'm just asking you. Did they do it last year?
I don't know. That's not a question for me.
Because I don't see it. We gave anything, but I'm okay with, if you want to go with the staff recommendation of $8,000, that's fine. We will be left with 18 after we fund. We've already agreed to the 60,000. So,
Does anyone else have any other comments about Santa in the park? Any feedback? Whatever you guys decide.
I'm recommending 8, yeah. Is there any other discussion on this item in general? Any other questions about any other funding amounts or vendors?
I'm ready to make a motion when everyone's ready. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving the competitive grants from the fiscal year 26-27 economic development grants in the amount of $125,900, with the only change being an incremental $1,000 to Downtown Brentwood Coalition for Santa in the Park.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
And the motion passes. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Amy. Moving into item G3. Alan Bacalar, Director of Engineering, will present the next item regarding the purchase and sale of real property for the Lone Tree Way Roadway Improvement CIP project.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of City Council. For your consideration is a purchase and sale agreement with Jose and Lorena Velez in the amount of $198,000 for the acquisition of approximately 8,175 square feet of property, which is necessary for the Phase 2 of the Lone Tree Way Widening Improvements Capital Improvement Project. The property is adjacent to the Muslim Community Center on Lone Tree Way and is needed to accommodate the build-out of Lone Tree Way to a four-lane arterial roadway, including a new sidewalk and bike lanes. The property owners have agreed to the purchase price, which is based on the appraised fair market value of the property, as well as compensation for the removal and replacement of existing improvements affected by the roadway widening, including the removal of a number of mature Italian cypress trees that you may have seen along Lone Tree Way. So that's included in the agreed to purchase price. With that, approval of this agreement will allow the city to continue advancing this important roadway improvement project, with construction anticipated to begin later this summer. This concludes my staff report, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions? I actually have one, and that is, how are we managing any impact on the Muslim Community Center? Are we working with them actively to make sure they understand what's to come?
Yes, we'll definitely be working through our contract documents to make sure that there's minimal impacts to Lone Tree Way, particularly when this project ultimately moves forward. Fortunately, I think where it's located, I think we should be able to manage it, but we'll keep an eye on that for sure.
And are we in regular communication, or do we plan to be with them?
We will be, yes.
Great, thank you. If there's no other questions, we can move into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have no public comment cards in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Any council discussion, or barring that, a motion?
I can make a motion if nobody wants to talk. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving an agreement in the amount of $198,000 for the purchases and sale of real property with Jose and Lorena Velez for a portion of APN 018-100-008 and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement and other documents as necessary to complete the sale of right-of-way transaction.
Second.
Before we take a vote, I have a question. I'm so sorry. Am I legally allowed to vote on this? I think this is, I don't know how much proximity this is to my home. But I know we normally measure, what is the distance requirement?
500 feet.
Okay, then I think we should be fine. Okay, thank you.
The parcel next door, do we have the right of way there? The one to the east?
To the east,
On Tilton?
on Tilton, I believe we do. Yeah, that's oddly enough, I think, school property, and I think the right of way is there. The Muslim Community Center along their frontage, they've actually dedicated the necessary right of way for a while back now. So, and then late last year or early last year, we worked on getting the right of way from the property at the corner of Smith and Lone Tree. So this is along Lone Tree Way, and in this particular segment, this is the last item.
Okay, thank you, sorry.
So did we have a second? Okay, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you, Alan. All right, moving into item H, I believe, right? Which would be informationals. Let's start with you, Councilmember Orlemans.
Well, the last council meeting was like 5 weeks ago, so but I'll make it kind of short. The town hall meeting with the Contra Costa County Fire Station for Station 90 on Lone Tree Way. Meeting with Kristen Mingus from the DBC. The 4th of July parade. Hometown Heroes Safety Event Expo. By the way, it was an amazing expo. They did a great job of demonstrating. Kids were loving it. My grandkids were all over the fire trucks, and they were not at all interested in the police cars, which I didn't get. Brentwood PD had a SWAT training exercise out at Tri-Delta Transit. And I went out as the chair, the former chair for Tri-Delta Transit, and welcomed them in and talked about the valuable information they could get by understanding how the buses can be disabled or worked on or dealt with from a law enforcement perspective. Meeting with the CEO of Tri-Delta Transit along with acting city manager at the time that I wasn't invited to. I just accidentally walked in the door and hung out to for the meeting. Chief Ogrodnik's swearing in as chief of police. And the promotion of Captain Peart and Lieutenant Alvarez. There are other ones, but we can move on.
Councilmember Maloney.
On June 25th, I met with the management of Streets of Brentwood and several businesses at Streets of Brentwood. I also had a meeting with members of the DBC and Councilmember Orlemans and our police chief regarding parking issues downtown Brentwood. I had a meeting with members at the police department as well regarding the social nuisance ordinance and applying it. I visited with several downtown businesses. I attended the 4th of July parade. That was an amazing event celebrating our country's 250th birthday. Major thank you to our Parks and Rec staff for everything that you guys have done on that event, and to all of our community partners and community members that attended. I also visited Poke House on Jeffrey Way. Congratulations on opening their business. I met with their owner and I'm excited to have them here. I again met in July with the management of Streets of Brentwood. I also spoke with the Makatongan Nonprofit Association about their future events. I also spoke to some of our businesses in the industrial area that are experiencing some hardships. I also, since it was our recess time, I enjoyed 12 days away with my family. I hope everyone here enjoyed their summer. And congratulations to Chief Ogrodnik on your promotion ceremony and everybody at the PD. I'm sorry I missed it, but I was gone. So congratulations.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Since the last time we met, I attended the 4th of July parade, the fire meeting for Station 90, the Desanier Town Hall, the opening of the well, which is also in downtown. I had a Latino caucus roundtable. I attended a DBC like open house that they had for everyone. I went to the Cal Cities Latino Caucus retreat, and it was interesting because one of their speakers was a refinery, and I have my opinions about refineries, and they actually own the Marathon one up here, so my questions were all about when they're going to phase out, on oil and gas. Attended our LUD meeting, attended the Cal Cities Legislative Update. There is a YouTube on that, so I will post that on social media. Attended the Teach Barbecue at Trilogy, and they raise funds for Los Medanos students who need financial help, and they gave them a check that night for $15,000. Attended the Liberty Union High School District Convocation, and I think that's it.
I attended the 4th of July parade, the Age-Friendly Disability Community meeting, the LUD meeting, and not in my capacity as vice mayor, but just in my independent role as a human being. I worked to throw a district-wide baby shower where mothers from Brentwood, Oakley, Antioch, and Pittsburgh received free diapers, strollers. We work with First Five, and that was an amazing experience to witness all of these families come in and get free items in our community.
Since we met last, I filmed a promo video about Brentwood with the local real estate office for American Dream TV. Attended 2 100th birthday celebrations for residents at Merrill Gardens. Meeting with Lil Pierce with the Brentwood Regional Community Chest regarding their annual holiday food and toy drive. Meeting with leadership at Tri-Delta Transit, meeting with Fork 2 Farms to discuss models for addressing food insecurity. Mayor's Conference, which included a presentation from CCTA, Brentwood's 4th of July. Welcomed Congressman DeSaulnier for his Brentwood Town Hall. filmed a video for Contra Costa Legal Services, Senior Legal Services, 50th anniversary event in September honoring Brentwood Senior Phil Arnold for a lifetime of service. 2 others are going to be honored as well, but they asked me for recommendation and they chose him as one of the top 3. DBC open house, swearing-in ceremony for Chief Ogrodnik. Again, congratulations, Chief. That was incredibly moving and inspirational to see your family there, and just fantastic ceremony. Watched the LUD meeting and the Planning Commission meeting. I met, just had conversations with DBC ED Kristen Mingus to discuss downtown business follow-up survey to gauge patterns of business during downtown events. Attended a Cal Cities webinar, the Capital Countdown Top Remaining Bills for Cities. The Teach fundraiser held at Trilogy to benefit Los Bonanos students. Took a tour of the garden at Immaculate Heart of Mary Church. It feeds 60 to 100 families each week in partnership with St. Vincent de Paul. Liberty Union High School District Convocation. Best of luck to all the new students for next year. Aging and Disabilities Committee meeting with the Vice Mayor, and then met with Townsend Public Affairs to discuss legislative priorities. I did, yes. Okay, so the next is any new agenda item requests? Oh, sorry, Terrence and Thomas, do either of you have updates?
I attended many of the events that you just said, and so for the sake of time, I won't say anything else.
Ditto.
Okay, any future agenda items?
Yes.
Okay.
I received a letter from a group of citizens, and I'm just going to read a portion of the letter, and this is my request, that City Council consider displaying our national motto, "In God We Trust," within the City Council chambers. It was passed by Congress in 1956, has been the national motto ever since. Neighboring cities such as Oakley has had it proudly displayed since 2007. 149 cities, counties across California have already also done this, along with 764 throughout the nation. Placing the motto here would serve as a meaningful way to honor America's 250th anniversary.
Okay. I have one as well. It's something I've been thinking about a while, but it actually came up in the discussion today with Townsend. I would like to, I'm adding this as a future agenda item now with the understanding that it won't be up for discussion until January, but I'd like to bring up the idea of forming a legislative committee for council to look at state and federal platform building, whether it's an ad hoc or an ongoing, depending on if we just limit it to the legislative season, whatever that looks like. I want to be able to talk about that, and I'm mentioning it now so we can have it ready for January.
I have one. Yeah, just thought about it. I mean, maybe this doesn't need to be a future agenda item request, but I've never heard an update on when we're going to have a municipal code amendment meeting or anything. So I would like some type of update if we can get something of when that's going to happen and when we're going to move forward. We've had one meeting in 2.5 years.
Amanda, did you want to say something?
No, I was just side conversation, but that's a committee that with the just transition and turnover in administration in general, it's been one that's led by the city manager's office. So we're working on getting that back to the committee.
And then our final item is a requested future agenda item from Councilmember Maloney and Councilmember Mendoza to evaluate a prohibition on data center projects.
So our initial request for future agenda item was basically for staff to look into preparing an ordinance prohibiting the establishment, construction, expansion, or operation of new data center facilities within our city limits and return to us with the findings. Just kind of going into this whole, I ended up learning a lot. So one of the things that I would like staff, if you all agree to this, to maybe when they look at a policy like this, to classify data centers by measurable land uses, land use impacts, instead of identifying them by like whatever they're called, whether AI or cloud-based data centers, because there's so many different kinds. And defining I would like to define the electrical demand using a project's maximum planned or contracted electrical capacity, not just the simple consumption, as well as the water usage for a data center. So what I ended up learning is that you do have certain server rooms that support like hospitals and whatever that, like small different businesses that is necessary. That for me, like I don't have an issue with those types of server rooms. Sorry, I'm tired and sick. But if you're talking about those large scale AI centers, cloud-based centers that's taking a lot of our electricity and a lot of our water, causing all the harm to our surrounding community, I do have an issue with that. And basically, I also, we've expressed interest in preserving land for uses that provide greater community benefits. That's why we're doing it, or I would like it to be done, including housing, parks, retail, office space, light industrial uses. And I would also like staff to address commercial, along with the commercial or large scale AI computing server operations, but also server operations within homes, garages, and other residential properties, while distinguishing these uses from normal residential computer use. Kind of similar to the telephone pole theory, or the phone towers that people basically rent on other people's properties and pay homeowners. There is that kind of operation going like within data centers as well. Like if certain neighborhoods are allowed to have certain data centers within like their garages or sheds or whatever. So if we could look at that as well.
Yeah, I think you covered all of everything. The other thing is, when we talk about data, when we talk about energy, are we also talking about battery storage? Because Tracy just turned down a massive battery storage because of the demand on water and electricity just to manage it. So I think we should include, because we're worried about our resources, include the big battery storage. And this isn't like a battery in your house, like your Tesla wall battery. That's fine. This is where you walk in and it's like battery after battery after battery after battery, and those can be very dangerous as well. But the home ones is interesting because they are paying people a pretty penny to put data centers. And if they could put a data center in every house, then they don't need a data thing. Then they don't need a big data center, and they can kind of get away with it. So I think that's important. And something when we're done. Go ahead. That's it.
Okay. Any questions regarding this item? Okay, let's move into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have no requests in person, and I have no hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Council discussion. I will say I'm very happy to have this conversation come forward. It's such a really, again, another hot topic item that people are really concerned about. I think it needs to have a public and transparent discussion around it. So I'm very happy to see this move forward into the next stage.
I can make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to direct staff to develop a policy regulating data centers and high-density AI computing within the city. The policy should establish appropriate classifications, zoning, permitting, requirements, and restrictions based on facility size, electrical demand, water use, noise, public safety, and impacts on surrounding properties and infrastructure. Friendly amendment to also add battery storage. Staff should also address prohibition of commercial or large-scale AI computing data centers, as well as address solicited server operations within homes, garages, and other residential properties, while distinguishing these uses from normal residential computer use. And if staff could return to the city with their recommended definitions, thresholds, regulations, prohibitions, and if there is any other policies in surrounding cities, if they could also be reviewed.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Mayor, if we could go back to future agenda items, I did forget something.
Okay.
I don't know if people are aware, but the HOA of Shadow Lakes put up 4 flock cameras, and they said the city gave them the permit. So I kind of want to talk about what that process is. Flock worked with the city and got the permits, and they installed these 4 cameras. The problem is that anyone on their board can review the data, which is very, very concerning, that anyone that is on the Shadow Lakes HOA, and I called the HOA, I spoke to someone, and they're like, yeah, anyone on the board can review all of the flock camera data, which is very concerning. And they say they didn't do the permitting, that Flock did it on their behalf. So I just want to understand how that happens, and are we going, like, if anyone wants to put a Flock camera up, are we going to allow it? Because now there's 4 in Shadow Lakes that are not through the police department. So that's my future agenda item, would be that we discuss that and come up with a proper process for vetting that and vetting who is going to have access to that information.
Can I ask if you would be willing to include whether there's anything that can be done about the Shadow Lakes flock cameras?
If we find that we don't want regular residents having them, can we retroactively remove them?
Any questions for that item? Okay, so the final motion?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.